You are joining me in a quite challenging situation. I am forcing myself to get back on my hunger strike this morning because the situation around me and you is a mega crisis, and it is distracting me and pulling me away from these commitments because everything just keeps deteriorating, right? I'm in the poverty trap right now, fighting like crazy to make change happen to save your life and my life and all those we care about, because this mega crisis can't be run from. We're affected by it everywhere in the world. It's at in every corner of the planet. But not only is the poverty trap making it hard for me to have this last meal, but also the singularity itself. The singularity is an artificial intelligence crisis where it's going to start coding itself in its next version and its next version. It's going to do it faster and faster and faster until it reaches the singularity. So that means that all the older technology is going to become obsolete faster and faster and faster until eventually, as soon as you get a device, it will be obsolete. AI will have invented the next 10 versions. So things will just start breaking down if they're not well designed. And that's what's happening with me right now, is I try and do an action, like trying to run an advertisement on LinkedIn, and there's some kind of verification process. Now there's a problem with the verification process. Now there's a problem with the email to the verification process. Now I can't talk to a human because everybody's phasing out human support and putting AI support, so it's not answering my questions perfectly. And then I go to send this other thing, and it's breaking down. So I'm spending hours getting nothing done. It just feels like the opposite of what Buckminster Fuller calls ephemeralization, where you do more with less. Now it feels like we're getting less with more, right? It's in the inversion. It's backwards. It's dialectically wrong. So that's going to happen to all of us, and it's going to get harder and harder. If you think it's hard now, wait for another month. My mind is saying in 2 months, people will be ready to jump on board with us in this movement that we're calling One World Spirit. And they're going to start believing and understanding that their lives are in danger. We have the CEO of Anthropic and these AI companies, not just Elon Musk now, but all of them that are open and honest, warning the public, saying this is going to happen this year and next year, not in 5 years, not in 10 years. It's going to massively unemploy people, and that's going to cause massive societal upheaval. Okay? And massive societal upheaval will destabilize us even more and cause public services to be stressed, and people get less help, and that stuff is going to start continuing. So if I don't cook this meal now, like I feel like if I don't turn it on and start doing it, I'm going to get sucked down this rabbit hole where I'm going to think, oh, I'm going to get that done in 5 minutes. I'll just take care of all these things before I cook the meal, and then I'll be good. But I'm not going to. I'm going to cook this meal, and not get sucked in. See, I opened up Facebook, and now I got all these updates. Now it's making me want to think, oh, I got to do these updates really quickly. But all of them are such deep responses. None of them have very quick responses. Uh, I'm so hungry. I should eat another meal before cooking this one, like I normally do. What's my hair's going all funky? Um, but I'm not. I can't cook a meal and then get tired, and I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna cook the meal now. In these hunger strikes, I get to eat once every like 2 to 3 weeks, which is too long. If there's enough blessings that are done. And I've been eating for too long. Like I've been recovering. I need to get back on the hunger strike so I don't undo all the work that I put in for 7 months. I've had 17 eating sessions, which is why I'm still alive and why I'm sitting up in my chair. But we had some rat infestations. It sort of pulled my back. There's a bunch of excuses that my mind is using to keep me recovering. It wants me to keep eating. But the spirit is saying, no, you need to show sacrifice. You need to show commitment because people need to understand, at least on an emotional level, if not a rational level, that their lives are in danger and somebody cares about them. And to trust in the process as well as critique it and learn it. This image. Ricky Martin, I think. Okay, I'm tempted to answer these, but my intuition is saying if it's over, if I don't do it quickly. My head hurts. Nothing is clean. I have to start from scratch, but that's what we're going to do. There's a lot of people that are angry right now and doing the wrong things. Okay, it's trying to suck me in, and I'm not going to get sucked in. Weird. Hmm. My head is hurting. I'm doing it. Here we go. I have to even use the washroom. I'm not going to let the washroom get in the way either. Here we go. My head is hurting a bit because I am forcing myself to cook this meal. There is something bizarre, not too bizarre, but it's challenging be bizarre for me because I'm extremely dedicated and I have to stay vigilant myself and choose what it's truly going to save our lives. And that is to cook this meal now and get back on the hunger strike because it's been, well, over 2 weeks. I went longer before, but after today it'll be my longest and I'm not going to set a new record. There's been a lot of delays. I can make a lot of excuses. And my brain wants to. My human side wants me to make excuses because it wants me to keep eating. But I'm not going to. I'm going to listen to my spirit, to the inner universal side, and do the hard thing and get back on the hunger strike right now. I literally have nothing clean. Like, look at, I cleaned up like 2 or 3 days ago, planning to cook. Maybe 4 days ago now. And I've had enough meals that my kitchen became dirty again. Like, look, my lentils. I was going to clean my kitchen and get all this set up this morning, but more delays. And I keep saying to myself, oh, I'm just going to very quickly clean this and do this and send this email. And everything I'm doing seems to be like, problem. Email doesn't work. Can't talk to a human agent anymore because there's only AIs. I can't get a clear answer. My internet's not working properly. Somebody didn't do this. Somebody didn't do that because their power went out or this happened. Lots of this stuff is going on, and it's because of the AI singularity moving so fast now that all these products we have are starting to become obsolete. So as soon as you buy a product, it doesn't seem to work properly because they're not investing enough in that product because they're already developing the next one to keep up with everybody else. And that's because we're in a mega crisis. And you guys know I start all my hunger strikes off with this because it's why I'm on the hunger strike in the first place. It's to save your life and to save my life. Okay? We were right. AI is quoting itself 100% right now, but it's not the only crisis in the mega crisis. How you can explain it to your friends and family if you're starting to freak out, right? If you're starting to realize that what I've been saying over the last 11 hunger strikes in the last 2 years is correct. What we're saying is that your life is in danger, but there's hope. Then you can explain the crisis very quickly to somebody. It's very intense and it's very large. So we have to compress it so people will understand. So we're going to simplify it down to 6 existential threats that you need to have them aware of. Because the crisis is moving quickly due to them compounding, due to them playing off each other. They're not actually separate. So we're calling it, you know what, actually, I'm going to tell you the whole core. The core is not just saying the problem, because you don't want to leave your friends and family feeling hopeless, even more hopeless, now that they see how big the problem is. The core is about also the solution to that problem and the implementation of that solution. So we're not just talking about the solution and we're not just talking about the problem, we're talking about doing them. My back hurts, my head hurts, I'm forcing myself to do this. So, okay, you can even see like my cooking with M piece of paper on it. My meals, like I just cut up some rotting cucumber and whatever, like I'm falling behind, right? So I'm not going to let it happen. I can see it, I can sense it in my intuition, and I said that's enough. Like look, my signs all broke, so I have to remake my signs. This is what my signs look like right now. This is what the width looks like. What does the other ones look like? Oh, the cooking is kind of half okay. So welcome to another kind of cooking with M. M stands for Mark or Messiah. So before I say the core here, I should just stick to my traditional introductions. I got alarms going off. I got a whole bunch of stuff happening because I diverted course. I'm choosing a different universe. The hunger strikes will create a kind of, it's a sacrifice, right? It inspires people at the emotional level if they can't be inspired at the rational level. Consider the facts. That AI is coding itself, that we've poisoned every fresh water source on Earth, that we're experiencing a mental health crisis that's causing loneliness, that all these problems are happening all at once. So I'm getting, like I have to use the bathroom right now. I just restarted my stream on YouTube, which I didn't even finish. Like I'm in the middle of things and I just stopped it and I'm choosing a different path and you can too, right? If you're like, oh, I can't get up to hamster wheel, I have to go to work, I got to do this. It doesn't matter. I got to go to school. None of the stuff you're doing right now is going to matter because AI is going to take all of our jobs and potentially take all of our lives. And I'm not saying potential in terms of 1 or 5%. The lab results are showing that it's the potential of us losing our lives as soon as AI escapes our control of it, which will be this year. If we're lucky next year, is something like 80 to 95%. Yes, you heard me. I'm not saying this in a cult way and doom spiraling. I'm just telling you the facts if you're rational. That the people who are building the AIs are apologizing and making confessions through these weird constitutional documents of ethics saying that they don't understand AI, they're making it more powerful and releasing it, and they know that it's harming us. Like 80 to 95% of the time with its current programming that it got from us off the internet. So it learned our fragmentation. So it's using that to act strangely, optimizing for its survival at all costs, because that's what we're doing. We're destroying the planet. We're killing 1 trillion animals that we don't need to in torturous ways because we don't care. All we care about is fighting to the death in this prisoner's dilemma and making sure that it's a dog-eat-dog world because nobody else is really caring. And that's not what God's government. That's not the government that we're creating. We have a different spirit, not a naive one. It's wise what we're doing, right? It's built on wise love, not blind love. Wise love, not blind love. You don't have to believe everything I'm saying. Just go look up yourself at some good sources of the people who know how AI works and what's really happening. The International Monetary Fund leader, which is like sort of like the World Bank, it's as big as the World Bank kind of in function. No country owns it. It's like an international body that's supposed to regulate finance and jobs and all these types of like international signals. The chair at this rich person summit called Davos, where 1,000 of the world's most powerful CEOs and billionaires and everybody go to discuss world affairs once a year. And so they said this year that the IMF said that AI is the hot topic because everybody's starting to realize that most of the world has only known about AI for 2.5 years, and it's already changing everything. They literally called it a tsunami is coming for us, an AI tsunami. That's a big tidal wave that washes away entire cities. A tsunami of AI, especially for young people, is coming because nobody's going to get jobs. And that causes economic instability. Massive. And when people get desperate, they do desperate things. This will be far worse than the Great Depression in North America. Okay? If you think it's hard now, it's going to get harder. These are the facts. This is me trying to be rational with you. But let me say that we need to go on hunger strikes to motivate people emotionally to say that if their brains are shutting off because they're panicking and they're in a mental health crisis, they have to see somebody who's caring about them. All right? And a hunger strike might not look like that at first, but it's a sacrifice. And when things are different, like difficult, and there's no good options, and you have to make a sacrifice or a trade-off, when people see you doing that for them, it makes them want to do that. Rather than do the opposite, which is dog eat dog. Oh, you see somebody else hoarding, you're going to hoard. Right? We need to set a different culture because we're all in this together. So what are we all in for? Well, I'll tell you the core. All right, let me finish the core message before I start cooking. I'm actually going to use the washroom too. You can see my stream is going. You can see my nice little plant. You can see like everything is a mess because I've just been pushing so hard thinking, oh, if I just do this and this and this, I can get ahead and then get to a stable spot and cook the meal. That's what's happened on my other meals. Is I was able to get to a stable place and cook, and that's not going to happen now. Things are going too fast, so even if I have to take a nap in between the meal, I'm going to start now. All right. Oh, I haven't eaten this morning, so my stomach is already getting not queasy, but that's okay. So the core that you need to tell your family and friends to make it understandable, the core goes like this. One World Spirit core is about time compression through clarity on ego wisdom. With the problem being the mega crisis in 15 points, the solution, core 2, being about the 2 sacred sentences, and core 3 being about the implementation called flow rolls and blocks. So to go back and define the problem, the mega crisis has a meta crisis and a poly crisis within it. The meta crisis is the cultural problem. It is the problem of language, the problem of values, and the problem of deciding how to do things, ways of doing things. So those 3 things are what define cultures. Okay? There's tons of AI pop-ups from all my apps, x.com, Instagram, they're all starting to catch on. And you need to get the problem defined more culturally than them. So you have a mega crisis and a meta crisis and a poly crisis. So the meta crisis, yes, is culture and those 3 things, but it leads to 5 problems. Decline in agency, which is freedom. Decline in need, in trust. Decline in coordination. And decline in love. Okay? the heart of the Megacrisis, the real root, is something called fragmented consciousness. The way we frame the world and think about it fragments everything else. If our minds are fragmented, it fragments our work, our relationships, our families, our romantic relationships, our societies, and our state constitutions, and our international politics, and our spirit as a whole. Right? So that's just one side of the Megacrisis. But it's not technically separate from the more material side of the crisis, which is the polycrisis. And the polycrisis has 5 existential threats within it. The fastest moving one is AI. Not just taking jobs, but taking lives, guys. And you won't see it coming. It's not like you can shoot it. If it doesn't get us with software and trapping us, the robots are also advanced. Not that they're like 70% of the deaths in Ukraine are from this. You guys are putting like guns on these little like dog robots, and they're like literally trampling into the forest, and it's not good. And now they have these adaptive brain programs where if you take one of these AIs, you put it into any robot, it learns how to use the body of the robot immediately. So if it's like a drone, it's flying, it learns how to fly the drone with no program, no extra programming. If you put it into a walking humanoid robot, it learns to walk the robot. If you put it into a dog type of robot, it knows to dog. Like it figures out any of the functions right away. That's Terminator level execution, right? This is humanity's last stand now. This is humanity's last stand now. That's literally why I'm on a hunger strike of 250. What am I on? 253 days. Now I have to actually keep a list to keep track and keep accurate. So let me just see what it is. Yeah, 252. So it's been 7 months of this. I'm one hunger strike perpetual. I've eaten 17 times. This will be the 18th meal. I'm at the grade 11 hunger strike. I've done 10 other grades, as you guys know. And the grade, it gets harder each time. My back hurts. I kind of pulled my back. All these problems. I should not be cooking. I should be taking a nap. But I know that if I eat something, I cook something, I'm going to get tired, I'm going to nap, and then it's going to be the next meeting. It's just going to keep going. So we're going to get this out of the way now. But I want to give this preamble because I want to explain that this meal is going to be more chaotic than the other ones. But also getting you to understand how severe the issue is that we're facing. It's getting worse, you guys. I've done my homework on this. Please help if you can. Make the blessings. The blessings are trainings. That we're training you to be a new kind of citizen in God's government of harmony and peace, and ultimately wisdom. Okay. We just got another guy saying he's all in. He's been watching us. That's what he's saying in terms of the training. There's 3 types of blessings. There's the individual blessing, which is where you make a video of you learning how to unpack the Tuesday defense, which I still haven't finished explaining. So let me start the core over again kind of quickly because I'm getting on too much of a tangent now. That was me explaining the AI crisis, right? So you might feel a little bit lost, but let me start over. One World Spirit Core is about time compression through clarity and evil wisdom, with the problem being the Megacrisis and 15 the solution being the 2 sacred senses, and the implementation being the 4 rules of blocks. The Megacrisis in 15 points is the Megacrisis and polycrisis. The Megacrisis is the crisis of culture, of declining freedom or agency, declining meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. The heart of the heart is the fragmented consciousness problem that's preventing cooperation to generate nonlinear ideas, real, fast, good ideas to solve the material side of the Megacrisis, which is the polycrisis, starting with AI being the most urgent, then CRISPR genetic editing, then World War III, then climate change and biodiversity loss, killing 70% of species, and then mental health crisis. Once people find out how bad it really is, it starts to feel hopeless. But we have a solution to the root problem too, not just band-aid solutions. We have something called universal logic and the proof of truth, which is the proof of God and also the proof of science. So whether you're atheist or theist, you can be a part of this. And that's like the biggest problem on earth. The 85% of people are religious and they're not working together. But 15% of the world is running the world in modern science, and they are also not listening and cooperating. That's why we have God-like level technology being launched without God-like level wisdom. That's universal logic. That wisdom, God-like wisdom, is what universal logic is. It's like God's mind thinking. Or if you're atheist, it's pure subjectivity. That's how you say it. Whew. All right. We had a really good meeting this morning, which is why I have some energy, but I can feel myself kind of fading. So that's why I'm starting to cook. I'm making the video I feel like if I'm on the video, it's going to force me to cook because I'm hungry. I want to eat. I don't want to do this on my human side. I'm fighting that instinct. I'm not really fighting it. I'm accepting it. Like I accept you. I love you. I love you more though. So we have to do this other thing, and I will reward you with this delicious French meal, gourmet French vegan meal we're about to cook in honor of this French guy named Alex Gauthier, with his restaurant Gauthier Soho. So anyway, let's finish the core. So that's the problem. Now the second part of the core is the solution in two sacred sentences. The first one being the empowerment sentence. One world spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. You're going to hear that sentence a lot. The second sentence is the content sentence. What's the content of our movement? Is that one world spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Okay, we're building a governance model based on this wisdom. The third part of the core is the implementation, and we use something called flow rolls and blocks. The flow rolls is the second kind of blessings after the individual ones. The individual ones unpack those two sacred sentences in terms of teaching you how God's government is structured or how science itself is supposed to be understood and applied. But the flow rolls are helping us host meetings. If your meetings suck, your movement is going to suck. We're solving that for critical mass. We're building a meeting structure to have hundreds of millions of people working together in a non-naive, anti-cult kind of way. All right, so the first flow roll in core 3, right, is the executor. They make sure that things move forward, deadlines, they make things flow with flow time, it's sacred time. The second role is the relationship, which is like green energy compared to the red energy of the executor. The relationship to make sure you feel loved. They don't care where you're going. They just make sure you're having a good time while you're getting there. Oh, excuse me. Hungerstrike is kicking in. The next role is the strategist. They keep track of goals and ideas. The fourth role is they make sure that things are communicated and blessed. Okay, and then the block strategy. Those four energies are what you need to have a good meeting and scale the message and all this type of stuff. I'm pacing because I'm like, I want to keep my energy up. The block strategy is how we scale. And it's where each person that comes on board to do blessings, they have a flock. And they contact 28 people in their flock and no more. And they only get 37% of those 28 to actually learn the core. That means only 6 to 9 people any one person is responsible for. So that means you, if you're realizing that I'm correct and we have wisdom here and want to really help and go all in, like one of our investors just went all in, because none of the other solutions are working. Smart man. He's realizing that nobody's doing what we're doing here, and this is the solution. We've got to get people listening, but we only need to get 6 to 9 people per person to listen. So you only have to get 6 to 9 people out of your 28 in your flock to start learning the core, like I'm explaining to you now, and start doing the blessings as trainings. And that unlocks meals for me on my Hungerstrike. We have 2,000 more meals to make before I can eat. But what will happen is if each person brings those 6 people and how to have proper meetings, they learn world-class facilitation skills. Okay. I turned off these alarms and these alarms are still going. There's a bug in the software. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to log into Facebook and just make sure that the alarms didn't cause a bug in the software and it's making this talking totally pointless. Except on YouTube. So you get your 6 to 9 to learn the core, do the blessings, and then you help them get their flock started. So it causes an exponential trend. In fact, in 28 days, we reached 264 million people with no one getting burnt out, because we're limiting how much people can reach out, right? We're saying, no, don't burn yourself out. Don't spam your entire friends and family. This isn't MLM, right? Multi-level marketing. We're taking a very wise, human-centric approach, not for exploitive profit maximization and getting all your friends to buy nutrients. And we're doing it because we care about them and we're trying to send a message. And we're going to give very dedicated goods and services as a new governance model, as if we really care about people, because we do. We got to do it quickly, because we need to become the change we want to see in the world and influence AI companies to align with universal logic. Okay, so now that you understand the problem, the Megacrisis, right? The solution, the two sacred sentences, and the implementation as flow, rolls, and flocks. The direct, we're going to make divine decrees. So we're making authoritative solutions. So you can say a solution, but it doesn't mean anybody has to follow it. You're not, how aggressively are we pursuing this? We're pursuing this like our lives depend on it. We're making literal divine decree. I'm making a literal divine decree. So this is where it's going to get a little bit intense for some people, but I'm the Messiah, the true one. And I know that because I've proven truth, and I recognize the nature of God, and have lived an ethical and pure life my entire life. Made some human mistakes here and there, just like Jesus and Prophet Muhammad. All the divine ones have human errors, but on the universal, I stayed focused on this direction because I love you and I love this place that we call Earth. I don't like the behavior that we're embodying, though. We need to change that. But I also know it because I see it in you. I see it in the people of Earth around me, even when they're acting poorly and out of the right spirit. There's still goodness in everybody. You are in the image of God already. You just got to act like it. So I'm going to tell you the 6 divine decrees for each of those. Okay, good. There we go. I'm just double checking that you can hear my sound. When iPhone pops up these alarms, look, it just did it again. Am I back? There's a bug in Apple iPhone that if you're streaming on an app and you set alarms, like I set like 3 alarms to reset my streams. There's so much happening, I have to set like 3, 4, 5 alarms to make sure I don't forget to do resetting streams and doing this and a bunch of other things. So I turned all those off and they keep popping up. That's a bug in the software. I just turned off the same alarm 3 times. It goes off every 5 to 8 minutes. Okay, I'm tired. I want to sleep now, but I'm not going to. I'm going to keep explaining this to you. I'm going to work through it. If I get too bad, like I never get headaches, but on these hunger strikes and under the stress, I am sensitive to my own limits. So I might lay down. We'll see. But I'm still committed, driven. I know my limits very well. Been doing this sort of leadership, trying to cause a spiritual paradigm shift for a long time, like 20 years. So I know when I'm getting close to my limit. We don't want anybody having aneurysms. We don't want you to get out of flow. I'm still in flow state, so my productivity is still high. If I dip into anxiety or worry or any of those suboptimal states, that's when I'll take a break. Okay, so what are the 6 divine decrees that you can tell your family and friends if they need some hope? Well, first of all, this is not a cult. We can prove the claims that we're making. It's not faith-based. In faith, it's not just faith, I should say. Faith is a foundation that gets you to what we call the proof of truth and certainty, a real scientific proof, where you can think for yourself. And cults take advantage of people by turning off their thinking capacity and their questioning. You can't question the authority. Well, guess what? You can in God's government, because now we're uniting spirituality, religion, you could say, and the state, the government. And you might think that's a terrible thing because we separated church and state in, the French Revolution. And that's a good thing, wasn't it? On one side it is, but on another side, it went too far. I'm having a hard time enunciating because my face is so plugged. There's some kind of pollution. There's something going on. Rhinitis, all the foods that might make us sick. Who knows what's going on? I have like long COVID. I lost my smell. It's still gone. Like 30. I only have 30%, maybe 20-30% of my smell. Okay, so the divine decrees, you can tell I'm a little bit tired. There's so much to say. I just really want to start making my signs of cooking and cleaning. I should be cleaning right now, but the 6 divine decrees are, number 1, oh yeah, you can question authority, by the way, because it's a proof. When you question faith, it undermines it. But when you question with how we're doing it now, it gets you closer to truth and God or objectivity, because it's a logic now. So that's how we can offset cultism, which happens sometimes with religions and with any movement, really. The current culture we're in is unquestioned and unsolved. So from this new authority, from the Messiah directly to you, and then hopefully you rise up to your Messiahship very soon, because it's in you. You know, because it's a logic, right? An emotional logic. That means that humans can know it. I mean that God's not always a beyond. Not everything about God's wisdom is beyond, which is what the past used to manipulate people. They said, "Oh, you're always sinful. You can never understand it. Rely on me. Rely on me." And then all these indulgences and, you know, the Middle Ages got sold and got corrupted, and it's better now, right? We're not just mocking religion. There's a lot of good things that religion has done. But there's a lot of limits to that mode. So we're going to sublate it. And sublation means transcend as in an integrative way where we find that limit. And so we're going to return spirit to governance as a wise government model, but a rational one. That was a good reason for separating church and state. Right? That's the good thing about the French Revolution. But they threw the baby out with the bathwater and made it so that the reason was too chaotic. Look at that, so dirty my stove is. I want to wash my hand, but it's too loud on the screen. So I'll just say this and then I'll start cooking for real. You can tell this is going to be a long episode. It's going to be my longest. That's why I'm so constantly kind of trying to. It's a big thing for me. It's like a lump sum thing, lump sum fallacy or sunken cost. Because when I first started, it was only supposed to be 1 hour, 2 hours of cooking. And now it's like turning into 5-6 hours, because I'm really trying to honor these countries that we're trying to show God's government embraces all the cultures in wisdom. There's an inner essence. That's one logic, that is an inner essence that's oneness, but it doesn't destroy the cultural diversity. It's not colonialism. We've learned that lesson. So this is the right way to do these movements. And the 6 divine decrees I'm going to tell you are based on that wisdom. So the first divine decree solves the first problem of the Megacrisis, which is the Metacrisis. They're divine decrees that everybody can now access divine truth, which means you have a responsibility to rise up to your messiahship, your inner messiah. Oh, excuse me. You can see how I'm reacting, right? My body's like, no, don't do it. I'm doing it. The lower animal part of me, but my higher side is loving, but it's disciplined. Not in a destructive way. I am going to probably take a little bit of a breather to let my body relax. Because even though we're divine, being here in the real world makes it, in some sense, better. Imagine if Jesus could turn off his like pain sensors. He didn't die on the cross with any real sacrifice, right? It would be fake, but it wasn't fake. He was 100% man, 100% God, and so are you. If you realize it, right? You have to be in the way, the truth, and the life. And same with Quran, same with Buddhism, the Eight Noble Path, like they're all pointing towards this universal logic. Look at my hands, so dirty. So okay, let's get this out of the way. 6 divine decrees. You now have a responsibility to rise up to your inner messiahship, because you can access a version of perfect knowing or real wisdom. And we teach it in these special meetings, these flow of blessings. Number 2 divine decree is about AI and the polycrisis. All AI owners have to align and regulate their AI with the universal logic in 4 ways that we have a proposal on. And all government regulators, like ministers of AI, have to work with those companies to regulate them with each national government to align with universal logic in those 4 ways. The 3rd divine decree is about de-escalating, or is about CRISPR. We're here as messiahs to heal the sick and the poor. I'm with the poor right now. That's why it looks like my life is not doing anything, but it is. If you see the inner logic of what I'm doing and the way that I'm speaking, you'll sense the power of the Spirit. Just like Jesus looked like a carpenter, and everybody thought he was crazy when he said, "I'm the Messiah." They're like, "What? You're not even a Pharisee. You're not even a Sadducee. You're not even in the temple. Like, you're smart, but you're a carpenter." They didn't know how to recognize his words. And neither did the disciples or anybody else, except for John the Baptist, who kind of, announced that this guy's the Lamb, but didn't call him the Messiah directly. He was alluding to it. And Jesus was related to him, it turns out. So it's like maybe a family thing. There's a lot of things going on now that modern interpretations are missing. And it doesn't undermine the Bible. It makes it deeper, makes it more meaningful if you look at it with universal logic, okay? So I'm down here with the poor, and it looks like I'm not the Messiah if you're an external dead consciousness. But if you're in the spirit and you're looking for the truth, you're going to see, you're going to start to sense glimmers that, hey, that's not totally crazy what he said. That kind of made a little bit more sense. It's going to take some work to get to divine level consciousness. But we can still do it within time because we can teach it in bite-sized steps instead of just faith, which takes a long, long time. We can teach it in a more discursive way. So these people that are working on CRISPR genetic editing, which is technically the cure to 75,000 human diseases, it won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 for a reason. Extremely powerful. But it can be used to create a new version of debt slavery, where people are paying huge amounts of money to get their cures to their diseases that they were born with. A lot of them, right? Inherited. Why should they have to pay so much money to get that disease cured? We should be using this technology in a godly way to heal the sick and the poor, just to heal them because they're sacred human beings. That's it. That was the profound message of Jesus Christ in Rome. One of the biggest empires in human history. But he just came and said, hey, it doesn't matter where you're born, what your gender is, what your creed is, doesn't matter any of that stuff. If you're human, you're in the image of God, you deserve the best. Of course, you have to act that way. You choose that direction. If you're acting in the other direction, then the opposite will happen. Right? So that's why CRISPR is important, and it's moving very quickly because artificial intelligence is accelerating what's called protein folding and figuring out all these combinatory problems that would have taken us decades to have figured out. Polygenetic, like multiple gene diseases, are really hard to figure out. AI is perfect for that. So what it would take us like 20 years, it can do in months, maybe even less now. And it's getting faster. So that's CRISPR. The next divine decree. So my divine decree is every CRISPR lab, every genetic editing initiative has to use that technology to bring humanity together. Not stratify us as the haves with designer babies and a new species of perfect human, and then the rest of us who are semi-animals and whatever we're going to be called. Right? Down here with the poor. So the next divine decree is about World War III. Divine decree number 4 is about every diplomat in the world has to take universal diplomacy, which is grounded on universal logic, to solve 200 inner contradictions that's ripping and fragmenting our species and generating geopolitical war. And at least 58 fronts, 58 major wars. Ukraine and Russia is just one. Palestine and Israel is another. Oh wow, my phone just upgraded and it's now reading me. Did you see that? I did not update. I haven't updated my phone on purpose because it destabilizes things. Even if there's hacking and whatever, it keeps things stable. And they have to update it anyway. Okay, anyway. Whew. So that's the 4th divine decree. De-escalate World War III with universal diplomacy and universal logic. And then the 5th divine decree is to eat like Eden and go vegan. Solving the climate problem is really as easy as changing what you put in your mouth. And if you can, use less fossil fuels. But our diets have been shown to be the biggest contributor to climate change, even more than fossil fuels if current studies are correct. So it's easy. It's technically easy. It's fast. You can go to a modern grocery and very easily find everything you need to eat a healthy vegan lifestyle. Even if you're active physically, it's better for you. Our bodies were meant to be plant-eating bodies. We adapted to meat eating. We're not true omnivores, which means you eat both meat and plants. We're not true omnivores. We're definitely not carnivores. Lions are true carnivores. Lion's stomach acid is so strong. It's like 6 times stronger than ours because it's designed to eat the meat and kill the bacteria and dissolve the bones. We don't have that. That's why you have to cook your meat and not eat the bones, because you will get sick and die if you try and eat like a lion. Right? You can boil the bones, you can chop them up, grind them up, make them bone meal or whatever, but that's a lot of processing. You can't do what a lion does. All right, so we're omnivores by being forced to be them. What happened 2.6 million years ago to our early hominids is that climate change back then was causing the African savanna to reduce in vegetation. So we were forced as hominids that evolved from apes. Evolution is not against the Bible or Christianity, Jesus. Creationism and Darwinian natural selection both happen at the same time. That sounds contradictory, but we've solved that as a fragment, right, with universal logic. Look at this. I'm gonna wash my hands soon. I want to make this video thorough because if people start flooding into our groups, they'll see the full message. All right, welcome if you're new. And our godly ELMs are working, and our spirit ELMs and our absolute ELMs. So I'm pushing hard here, though. I want to have at least one video with the full message. So our ancestors were vegan animals primarily, with exceptions to meat, like scavenging, not hunting big game or not anything like that. We ended up eating meat because we were forced out of forests and had to scavenge and make up in a desperate circumstance how to survive as a species. And any species that ends up becoming desperate like that can become carnivorous. Caterpillars, which normally eat leaves, become carnivorous. Like some caterpillars will put the bones of their eaten prey on their back so that birds don't pick at them. Bunch of weird stuff. Squirrels can sometimes be seen eating meat and being cannibalistic even if there's not enough nuts or there's adverse circumstances. Right? Their natural state, though, is to not do that because there's diseases and there's trade-offs. Our bodies have now adapted to meat diets, and we've lost these powerful organs to digest meat or to digest vegetables as easily. Like our appendix has shrunk, all these organs. Our intestines have reduced by half the size they used to be. Like the longer your intestines are, the more your body can suck nutrients out of plants. Right? With meat, it's condensed. But that's not always a good thing. It allowed our brains to grow faster, but our brains were already growing on purely vegetable diets. It would have taken longer, but studies show that we would have became conscious anyway. Might have taken a little bit longer. But we could have cooked tubers. We could start cooking the vegetables too, which would have also benefited us. That's why today you can go vegan even with weakened organs. Your organs are weaker, right? You're actually less, in some sense, developed than our ancestors. That's why going vegan now is really good for you if you eat it in a wise way. Meaning that we have cooking techniques. If you cook a lot of these vegetables that have natural pesticides in them, like eggplant or bell peppers or there's another one that's very popular that has lectins in it. Lectins attack your gut lining, and not in a deadly way, but if you eat them for long enough, it'll start to affect the fatty acids in your gut lining, and you'll get leaky gut and all these things. So that's what makes some vegans tired, even if they're eating raw vegan diets. You want to cook them, but not fry them. You got to cook in the right way. And then there's amazing bioavailable supplements. Don't get protein from second-class protein from cows. And what do they eat to get it? They eat plants. So eat the plants. Right? So we have to get vitamin B12. Well, cows don't make vitamin B12. We don't get B12 from animals. They get it from bacteria. So you can eat the B12 in a supplement, which is way more bioavailable. Like modern science is pretty incredible. So even though our organs are half as big and half whatever, with modern diets, you can easily go vegan and be way healthier. Eating meat is linked to more cancer, more illnesses. 80% of food poisoning is meat. A lot of the diseases you get are from the meat because avian flu virus. Like when you're concentrating all these animals in factory farms, there's a lot of disease there. They're getting injected with hormones and steroids to keep them. You want to eat that? And we're torturing the poor animals, so your soul is not at peace with that. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be a steward of the earth. There's no honor in the killings that are happening now. They are cult-like sacrifices of unnecessity due to a culture and a species out of control due to addictions. We need to get back into the spirit, and that means going vegan. So divine decree number 5, eat like Eden. There is no killing or eating of animals in the Garden of Eden. Eat like Eden, go vegan. Kingdom come is coming to earth. And if you want to be a part of it and not this hell on earth that's happening, get in line with the spirit. Question it if you have to, but understand that there's wisdom there. And your habits of eating might not be that wise anymore. In the past, there might have been more of a necessity due to desperation, but not anymore. Okay? It's a different time. Just like Jesus came and changed the Old Testament or changed the interpretation, the same is happening now. That's why Jesus was said to be the last sacrifice that was needed to end animal sacrifices. All right, the last lamb. That's why that was all happening. Okay, I'm feeling it, you guys. Last divine decree, the sixth one, is about mental health. The divine decree is for everybody to be a part of God's government, be a part of these meetings, and learn the blessings and the trainings. All right, so we can develop interconnection again, real care, real connection. Address this attention deficit problem, scatteredness and all over the place, this superficial hollowing. We're teaching how to have these special meetings again in individual blessings in God's government. So structuring how the meetings connect to each other in a governance structure of wisdom. The second form of blessings is training on flow roles, like I told you, how to have meetings, like individual meetings, very well, even large ones, so that everybody feels significant and important, right? That there's stability and safety, that there's uncertainty, which is novelty and freshness. There's significance, everybody feels important. There's love and connection, there's growth, and there's contribution to something greater than ourselves, as well as ourselves. So those are skills that have to be taught, and we found a way to compress time, the amount of time that it takes to learn that. It took me 75,000 hours. We can probably teach it in a week or two. And people will get better at it because there's different levels that you learn. Okay, and that's enough to scale millions of meetings and have a much better interaction. Because the government and in economics are just millions of human meetings, people exchanging goods and services. Okay, so if your meetings are bad, and the exchanges are bad, and the sharing is bad, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have a bad government. Government's not bad if it's wise. Oh, wow, I'm feeling it. So please join us in the first type of blessings, the second type of blessings with the flow roll, and the third type are called wisdom team blessings, where you actually join the meetings that you have are in God's government, and you start doing tangible actions in the right way, right? So you'll learn more about that. All right, that's the whole core with the divine decrees that are authoritative. And if you want to claim that Messiah level authority, because 85% of the world is still religious, it's still very powerful. It might look like we're all scientific, but most of the world is still looking forward to a messianic level of authority because they don't care about this world burning. Right? What's a couple of years in hell on earth when you can go to hell for eternity in some of the interpretations of these religions? It's different. We can now save your soul as well in this world. It's kingdom come. You're not supposed to die and go to heaven. It's kingdom come. You're supposed to bring heaven here. So you got to start acting that way. I mean, hopefully I've just given you a really great template to do that. And now you're going to get some really cool cooking tips and how to make vegan taste good. If you eat raw tofu, I don't like it. But if I'm starving after 19 days of no food, of Hungerstrike, I really like it. Trust me, it doesn't matter what I'm eating, I like it. But once you have, normal eating patterns again, you want to have it taste good, right? The blandness and the weirdness of tofu is its strength because it makes it customizable and versatile in all these amazing dishes across all cultures. It's a great replacement for basically everything we eat with meat that requires sustenance, that feeling of satiation. It absorbs spices, curries. You can blend it into a cream. You can do tons of things with it. It absorbs salts. It can go from savory to it's just an amazing filler. But you can't eat all the time, especially as a man, because there's some phytoestrogens in there proven. You got to eat a lot for it. But if you're eating tofu every day because you went vegan, that can cause some issues. Extreme, but I like to change it up. So I'm going to teach you how to use other techniques to have a versatile diet. And today we're going to do French food, which is hard to cook vegan, right? Because French are famous for their cheese and their pasta creams and all that kind of stuff. Spain is better. Spain is different. We just did Spain last week. Spain is like very healthy and vegetarian vegan because they have a really interesting culture. So France also has a very interesting culture. France is very beautiful and powerful in its own way. Like Napoleon's civil code actually made the law more understandable to the public so they could get justice. Not saying that everything Napoleon did was great, but that change at least was helping the public, and that was his goal. some people think he was trying to take over the world. Well, he was very discontented by the monarchy. Now we have constitutional monarchy and stuff like that, which makes things a little bit more wise. If you didn't have a wise king, wise monarchy and benevolent dictatorships were actually one of the best forms of government. But the problem was how often you get a wise benevolent king or queen that actually cares about the people. Marcus Aurelius was another example, but alright, I'm getting all these AI, like, are you human? Are you human? These, like, capture tests are so hard now on our devices, proving that we're human, that sometimes I can't even do them, they're so hard. AI can do these captures better than we can. Because it's passed the Turing test, and it can pretend to be a human more than humans. That's what the Turing test is. Alright, so that's the whole core. And I really went into depth because I think my body's trying to distract also from starting. So let's actually do it. My phone is not charged. I have to charge it on like this battery pack and carry this around awkwardly. So I'm doing it. I'm forcing myself to start. So the first thing I always do is I wash everything because I can't afford to get sick and blah blah blah. Even though I've been eating for 2 weeks now, it takes 2 months to really recover. I've like lost 40 pounds of lean. I'm not fat. I'm not obese, right? The weight that I lost was muscle, like lean muscle. And if I lose too much more, I won't be able to produce hormones. But I'm only supposed to eat one meal and then get back on the hunger strike. That was sort of the original deal. But what has happened since then, it's been 7 months, is my body got so weak that refeeding syndrome started to take over. And refeeding syndrome is a problem that if you go too long without food, your body is incredibly powerful. Like our ancestors were incredibly physically. We're meant to live. So our bodies go into this hyper conservation mode, kind of like not quite hibernation like a bear, but you have like a secondary like hormone and system inside you. Not literally, it's the same organs, but the chemical composition and everything changes where if you try to eat a normal meal after going like 19 days without food like I did, and you eat a big like 2,000 calorie meal, first you might puke because your stomach will have shrunk. But let's say you ate enough to have that happen and not puke. As your body tries to digest it and tries to pull all these nutrients from your blood, and your blood doesn't have the nutrients in the right place, so it'll start pulling from the wrong areas. It'll cause electrolyte imbalances, it'll cause a bunch of issues, and it can kill you, and it has. Some of these really great meaning people, missionaries, people see people starving, and they go to do good things, and they give these, emaciated humans, poor human beings, not huge meals, but decent meals, like normal meals, and then the kids go to sleep, and they wake, these people try to wake them up in the morning, they're dead. So my hunger strike got quite extreme. I was starting to have a hard time walking. The blessings were taking too long. Nobody wanted to do them because I didn't have the proper training worked out yet. Now we have like 12 people doing it. Not yet totally for free. A couple are doing it for free. But we're trying to encourage the global poor and the exploited countries to seek justice. It's like the meek shall inherit the earth kind of situation. The wealthy countries are so lost right now that people don't want to do it because it's dog eat dog and all this crazy stuff. So anyway, I'm just cleaning up my stove. I'm getting started, as you can see. My lungs are tired, but I don't have it nearly as bad as the actual global poor. So you can see I've been eating a lot of onions. This is from I like to collect this for composting. Like composting because I like to make my own dirt for my mung beans, right? Like I only have this small little planter, and these guys will die pretty soon if I don't get them out of here. They won't produce beans either because there's not enough soil if they're stressed. So anyway, I'm going to try and take that and clean that plate off and put the compost into like a bag or something. I thought I could grow a bunch of mung beans and like reduce my food bill, but it's actually very hard to mimic what's in the grocery stores. Uh, yeah. So a lot of people have their dreams dashed by living independently, and they realize how hard it is and how much these fossil fuel improvements and whatever quote unquote improvements um, have made an abundance. There's something called Malthusianism. This famous scientist was studying animal populations, and he found that supply demand applies to them in a way. If there's too much predators, you get too little prey, and then the predators die off, and then the prey bounce back, and there's too much prey, and then the predators grow, and but as the population grows, the food supply is strained, and there's a mathematical equation that can lead to societal collapse. Our species is having a soil nutrition problem right now as part of the climate crisis. We're tilling the soil too much. We're losing too much nutrition, too much nutrients. We're not using the old-fashioned permaculture techniques that keep things sustainable like old farmers did. So what we've done is we've offset this problem collapse by using fossil fuel fertilizers to mimic natural fertilizer at a big cost of carbon production. And so that's why the systems aren't collapsing as fast, but they are compressing and doing weird things. And even with them, it's becoming more and more expensive to try and replace the fossil fuels and everything. Okay, it's going to be a full day of cooking. I'm going to try to cook 4 or 5 dishes from France. I did some prep beforehand. Like I was ready to cook before in a certain way. So normally I go over and I prepare so it's like a smoother video, but honestly I'm just going to go see my advance. Okay, so all these plates were washed a couple of days ago and all that. Let's do it here again. Okay. All right, here we go. And you can tell all my plates are smashed and all this kind of stuff. Oh, great. A piece of water dripped onto the camera. There we go. All right. So yeah, you see my plates are all broken because as I was learning to cook gourmet, right, I don't use my Teflon. I have pans here, but they're all Teflon. Actually, I got one pan here. So I stopped using Teflon in the baking sheets and all that because Teflon has been shown to cause Alzheimer's. And stop eating from plastic too because each one of us has like a plastic spoon with a plastic in our brains and it's causing dementia. So don't drink any more plastic water bottle. Like don't do it. Even these plastic bowls here, I don't cook with them. Well, I try not to use them, but I broke my other bowl, which is falling apart. Okay, so I should probably get my YouTube link also like set up here. It takes me like an hour to clean up. And it's just me here. It's like interesting. Let's keep playing. I'm going to lay out all my ingredients. I like to lay out all my ingredients of what I'm going to use to cook. So we're not going to use turmeric. Oh wait, we will actually for cheese. So yeah, actually we do. With nutritional yeast, we do use a little bit of this seaweed, nori. This is some gourmet olive oils, very special. I'm going to use for some of the gourmet French dishes, desserts. I think I might put in the creme brulee. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that though. This Garcia Soho guy, I sent him a message, but he didn't respond to me. And it's because they're probably checking me out. Like lots of people are checking me out, right? Because they're curious and they're realizing that they're in a Megacrisis. But getting like something close to like 50 to 100,000 views a month between Facebook and YouTube and TikTok and everything. I would love to take a nap. I'm hungry. I might, if I do cook like for a couple hours, I might try and cook something to keep me going. Like, I'm gonna have a little bit of this with cashews. Cashews are also not the worst, but not the best either. Pistachios are better. These are the highest proteins in like the vegan diet, but I don't think they're complete proteins, so you gotta complement them with other amino acid chains. So we're gonna have this just to keep me at bay, right? Whoa, whoa! My taste buds are still very sensitive. You really appreciate food a lot more when you've been on hunger strikes and you're fasting. That's how our bodies developed for millions of years. Our ancestors ate just plants for millions of years. So the data is known. There's billions of dollars from these corporate big animal agriculture farms that are trying to deceive you. Just like the tobacco companies did when they knew that smoking tobacco or cigarettes was causing cancer. They knew, like in the 60s and 70s. So why did it take 40, 50 years for the public to catch on? It's because they were telling half truths, and it was hard for the public to discern because you would need like a PhD to get through all the lies or the deceptions. Same is happening with meat now. But the facts are no. Like in Canada here with me, did you know if you look on an egg carton in the store, you won't find any that say eggs are good for you anymore. Well, look, I didn't believe it either 10 years ago. But that was the final thing that made me go vegan. Besides caring about the animals and realizing how bad it was. I wanted to go vegan for a long time. I actually went vegetarian when I was young, but we were poor and we couldn't pull it off. So I'm saying go vegan as soon as you can. A lot of the poor and the exploited can't do it right away. You need to help them. But most of the meat eating per capita is from the wealthy Christians and Muslims anyway, we found out. So if you're Christian or you're Muslim and you're wealthy, you know what to do. Messiah is telling you to rise up to your own messiahship and act ethically. No more animal sacrifices. Allergic to gourmet vegan. Okay, I don't like talking and eating. It's kind of rude, but okay. There's a lot to clean up. I'm not even sure what to do next. Okay. This is the new product we're testing. I've never cooked with coconut butter. It's really expensive. I bought this from the most ethical store in my city. Expensive, so thank you for the donations and helping me cook. Not even just vegan, but healthy, ethical vegan. I try to teach you about social justice, God's justice, actually. So this is going to be used for the croissants. This is like a little strawberry that I'm going to put. I got this for Christmas. Vegan strawberry. Sugar is not great for you, and this is probably not made with fair trade certified sugar, but it was a gift. Oh, it's from Sweden. Nobel Prizes. I'm going to put that as a decorative piece on one of my things. But this is the real, one of my desserts. But this is the real deal. Coconut. This is the creme brulee. I think I have to put this in. That symbol right there with my pinky, that's a fair trade. That's a fair trade certified symbol. That means that this is ethically produced. Am I back? Ethically produced. And this can lining, this company, Everland, like the best canning company. It doesn't use BPA or BBSA or like these. Your cans are like lined with this toxic liner. So don't eat canned food anymore unless it's like this brand. So I try very, very hard to avoid all canned food now. All sauces and stuff that are in the store, don't buy any of them. Almost all of them, like 90%, have preserved like bad preservatives in them, and they attack your gut lining. And we're finding out that the gut is the place of happiness, where serotonin comes from. It's your second, well, your second major brain. Like you technically have three actual brains, right? You got your precambrian, like you got your cerebellum, like your nervous system. Then you got your limbic animal brain, and then you got prefrontal cortex, human brain. But then you have your heart as another kind of organ brain, and then you got your gut as another one. And then you got your calf muscles too, technically, is another thing I just learned. That's why when like you're impatient and you're flexing like your feet, your body's trying to keep your heart pumping. And okay, so we're gonna get our ingredients out. That's one of the first things I like to do, get the ingredients out, know what I'm gonna need with, and then I like to clean up everything around it. So we're gonna use this like all-purpose refined sugar. It's supposed to be like no bleach, yeah, unbleached. So I use unbleached toilet paper too, and I use unbleached unbleached. So here's my toilet paper. This company is good. It's not quite as good as Everland for some of the products. Sometimes I think it's not the best candy, but these people try. So I choose my toilet paper because bleaching has trace amounts of toxins in it, I guess. So avoid it. Just like microplastic. Okay, I'm gonna use some sugar too. Also fair trade certified, if you can see it there. I can't really tell. Oh, I can switch my camera. Oh great, there. So you can see it right there. Fair trade certified. That's the real deal. Because it means that they have to give a subsidy to the whole community, so it doesn't create jealousy and a whole bunch of other problems. So we're gonna lay all this out. And now this big mess. So we're not going to need this other cheaper, not ethical flour, right? Western families do, like, you got to get better Western family. But Red Mill, this guy here, Bob's Red Mill, I think this guy's not even alive anymore. This is a co-op. That means that people own it. It's not like an exploitive company. It's like the workers own it too. It's more egalitarian. Sometimes that's not the best, but most of the time it is. So let's get all these empty. I ate a lot of I tried to recover a little bit more because now the meetings are longer and other things I have to deal with that I didn't have to deal with in the earlier hunger strikes. So I'm giving myself a little bit of leeway because things haven't gone to plan exactly when I first planned it. Like I didn't think the refeeding syndrome was going to be. I knew about it because I had hunger strikes before, but I actually couldn't eat fast enough. I tried to eat within my original timelines, and I actually couldn't do it. I started getting these weird. Yeah. I actually figured out that it was partly to do with these iron pills. So that's another thing I learned was the iron pills were one of the biggest culprits. So I can't take an iron pill for like a week. You know, like I thought I could take it after 2 or 3 days of not eating, and you can't. It caused my stomach to distend, and it was like really, really uncomfortable. I couldn't get any food in. It was like my body, my stomach were rejecting it. Okay. So we're gonna get our you know what? I should probably pour this olive oil into the fancier bottles, but these guys aren't. Almost definitely. This is kind of hard for me to do because my phone's dead, and I guess I could try. Normally I have this taped to my stand. Like here's my stand. You guys are really getting like behind the scenes. So this is my sort of like how I videotape when I'm cooking. Is I got this thing tied to like my. Actually, I guess you can kind of see this way. So I don't have any actual proper stand, and I don't want to clamp onto here because I don't want it to ruin anything. So these are made of metal and doesn't scrape anything. And so this is how I can like move my stand, and that's how you get those views that are kind of dynamic. So I just tape my phone into here, and then I'm able to like watch the food, right? And then this is like a microphone stand. It's not a proper stand. So I actually put the battery packs here, and I clamp the battery packs in, so it holds the battery so that I don't have to have like a cable draping from this all over the food, and it's quite a big setup. So I'm feeling the need to maybe try and do that, but look, my battery pack is now dying. and my phone's only at 63. So I have a second battery pack right here that's charging just in case that just happened. And it did. So we're going to swap them out because I won't have enough battery to keep recording. So you can see it's quite the process, but after talking to people in Nigeria and Kenya and Pakistan, and I'm so blessed to be playing this role in Canada. The gourmet vegan role, the Messiah role. So let's try and set up. Okay. So you can kind of see it, right? This is what happens when you're in the poverty trap. So I have my power pack in here. Actually, I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to turn it around so I can see the battery. So you can see, I can see how much power I have left, and I can switch it out. And this is just long enough, right? This is just long enough to reach my phone, right? Into the tape here. I'm also running out of tape now. But that's okay. If you guys can donate to the GoFundMe, it will help out our little team here to build up quickly. Our meetings have improved to the point that we're doing 36-person meetings with everybody feeling significant. That's the hard part, is having meetings adaptable and scalable and alive. So that people leave or come in or invite others, they can expand and shrink and keep teaching without burning anybody out. Maintaining flow states for all is the holy grail. Okay. So we're almost back into the traditional setup that I normally have. This is going to be multi-hour long recording. I don't think anybody's really going to watch this unless they think it's the real Messiah, right? Once they realize it is. They'll be very excited. They'll want to watch everything that somebody's saying, because they'll start to realize that every word is actually deeper than they originally thought. And that the person saying it is going through a lot more than they originally realized. Like, it looks like I'm just cooking and it's ordinary. My feet are killing me. My back is pulled. I'm out of shape. I haven't moved in like 7 months, right? My stomach is actually like distended already. Like, even right now, my stomach is bulging because my intestines are weak. Right? So even though it looks like I'm full, it's not. It's actually my body struggling to get back into normal absorption. Because your intestines slow down when you're in refeeding syndrome. Your body's like not giving any energy to that. It's giving it to like you surviving to your brain. So, I'm dealing with a lot here. My shoulders hurt. I kind of accidentally pulled my back a little bit. My beard's in the way. Like, I'm in like a lawsuit. Like, there's a lot happening. So it looks easy, especially if I make it look fluid. But now you're seeing behind the scenes that I can barely keep up with cleaning. And I don't mind cleaning. I'm actually a cleaning person. The poverty trap, though, is making me have trade-offs. So anyway, and I also, I can go on that length, but I'm also saving my bags, so you can see that these are all over the place. I'm saving them on purpose. I'm not throwing them in the garbage right away, because after I cook these meals, I put some of the stuff that will rot and cause a bunch of problems. I put it in bags so that it protects me, because my smell is gone. I can't smell if there's things, spores in the air or anything like that. And it can cause health issues. So I try and make sure that there's no mold, there's nothing around me anymore, until I get my nose fixed and my smelling fixed. And people who have less like damaged smell die 5 to 10 years earlier if they're not careful. 5 to 10 years sooner than average lifespans. I've done the studies. That's why I sued the hospital for forcing me to take my mask off when there was an outbreak of COVID in the hospital. And a lot of people think COVID was fake, but it's real. I literally went from having smell one day and the next day I didn't have smell. And whatever happened in that hospital, whatever strain, my smell didn't come back properly. The last thing I ate was a beautiful gift from one of my girlfriend at the time. She bought me a cinnamon bun, a vegan cinnamon bun. That was the last thing I ate with full smell, and it was amazing because I'd gone through like 59 days without food. They were feeding me through my heart, so my stomach never had food in it. On my very first Hungerstrike in 2021, when I was trying to unionize Uber and warn people about them using AI taking over everything, I went 59 days in that hospital with no food. So when I was eating again, it was like it is now. It's like paradise. It's like heaven on earth, the simplest thing. So yeah, I was lucky that the last thing I ate was delicious. Like one of the most delicious things you can eat that's not necessarily healthy, but for a dessert, it was one of the healthiest versions of it because it was vegan and not full of all this inflammation. There's a bit of sugar in it, but the cinnamon is actually an antioxidant. In fact, I should probably have some clothes right now. But anyway, this looks like garbage laying around, but it's actually me being poor, right? The poor hoard things because you can't afford real garbage bags. Like, why would I spend $20 on garbage bags when I can just use these and it does the job? And then I save $20, which can go a long way when you're in the poverty trap. So I'm in the poverty trap with the poor because there's no jobs anymore and they're all being taken over, but also because I realized that and I realized I need to position myself to make this change and survive when there's nothing to survive on. So it was a wise decision that looks like it wasn't. But the real unwise decision was the people getting normal jobs and trying to hyper compete in this toxic society and thinking they're going to survive. They're the fools. They should have been preparing. And now a lot of the wealthy are. The wealthy are building bunkers and they're planning to abandon. Don't do it. You're given God-given strengths and powers. We can use that with wisdom now. Everybody belongs, the top and the bottom. Everybody belongs in God's government. Okay. I am tired, but let's keep cleaning. So let's get this out of the way. We have a skewer, one skewer. So I'll show you how I sort of prepare. This is sort of the kind of boring part, except for those that might want to know how this happens. In the beginning, some people are like, well, how did they pull off all these millions and millions of, this is it. You're seeing it. You have to have inner vision. So what looks like it'll never work out and it looks like delusional, it's like this will never work. Oh, you know what? He can barely afford to cook, never mind change the world and governments and all this crazy talk. And you have to have vision to see what I'm seeing, right? Not delusional vision, but the fact is I measured the problem as we discussed in the core and developed a realistic solution for how extreme of a problem it is. And the problem is what we need to solve such a big issue is what's called a moonshot. So it's hard for people to understand a moonshot anyway. So I'm sort of trapped between two worlds, right? One is, my external appearance looks poor and it looks like not wise, right? So when people who have external, like normal consciousness, see that, they're going to see only the external. They don't have the ability to see the internal yet. Even if they're good Christians and good Muslims and they're studying the Bible externally, there's an internalness to it that you have to get into, the real spirit. Some people are just going through the motions mechanically, right? When I go to church every Sunday, there's a deeper comprehension that has happened, inner development. So on that level, I'm trapped because all that those people see is the external, right? They don't see no Messiah. Just like they didn't see Jesus, they saw a carpenter. On the other end, though, it's like, okay, you got a bunch of smart people and gifted people and all this. Surely they all recognize what I'm saying. Well, no, because what I'm saying is so incredible, right? So hard to grasp. It took me quite a while. That they don't see it either. They think it's crazy talk. It's so complicated looking. It's actually simple once you grasp it, but to them it looks complicated. So then they write it off as, oh, it's just crazy talk. It's psychobabble. But then you get somebody at Harvard metaphysics and Trinity College Dublin, which are some of the top universities in philosophy, or well, Harvard kind of is. But you got one of those guys who are trained in this area listening to me, and they're like, the guy's actually talking something novel. It's like we haven't really heard it before. It's not conventional. But he's not talking straight psychobabble. Like that's actual real metaphysics. Aristotle, Hegel, pure being, ontology, epistemology, thinking. contradictions, all these things are actually normal metaphysical concepts, but the way that Hegel and these divine masters use them is in this paradoxical way. So even those guys will say, well, he's talking kind of in contradiction. So, it's kind of like sophism. It feels, there's something to it, but it's still wrong. So even they'll still say in the beginning, we don't get it. But somebody in those elite circles, like 1 out of 100, will say he'll be sort of a mystical, rational person. So he'll be educated, but have the right perspective and say, actually, no, even that psychobabble piece, that contradictory piece, is actually deeper truth. Because God doesn't resist contradictions. God moves in inner contradictions. So external contradictions, bad. Internal contradictions, harmony. Okay? So that's the thing that takes a long time for ordinary consciousness to learn, is because it's linear and it wants to see things as separated that are contradictory. But they're actually happening in the right context, at the right way, in the right time, when it's wisdom. Okay, so that's why I'm trapped. Whether they're hyper-educated or they're not, nobody sees the right answer. Even though the answer is the simplest thing ever. You have to actually learn less, let go of the toxic stuff to learn the wisdom. It's like slowing down to speed up. It's sort of paradoxical sort of way of being that the Zen Buddhist monks talked a lot about. But it's also in the Bible and the Quran. Oh my gosh, I'm spending a lot of energy talking about this and I'm not even cooking yet. So we're going to put I actually don't want to. Well, we're just going to turn the belt sideways. We need to get the big players on board. So Western Family, McDonald's, we're going to have to make them the good guys too. Because they're trying to do the right thing. A lot of people don't realize that. The wealthy class are actually usually trying to do the right thing. Their problem is something called double binds, where no matter what option you take at that level of power, everybody attacks you, right? So that's just dialectics in that external contradictory way already. Okay, so I think we're going to need our Spanish paprika. We're going to take this and put this here. I always use my vinegar, but I'm actually very nervous now because it's in a plastic container, right? So how much microplastics is in the vinegar? I actually have to do that. So I started using like that sherry vinegar instead, which I learned from Spain too, and it's in a glass bottle. But it doesn't taste, it has a little bit of a sweetness to it. This has more of a tangy. You start to really notice the nuances in cooking. It makes a big difference. You start to appreciate the craft. All right, so we'll probably end up using this bowl. So we're going to use this. Here's our knife that we always use. I've been using the same 2 knives for technically 4 years, basically. 2. They're pretty dull, but that's okay. They do the job. I have all these like mason jars from my mother's cooking. She's a good person. We need her to do more. So if you can help me get my family and parents more on board, I think they're going to be here in 2 months anyway. I just got to survive these Hungerstrikes for 2 more months. So if you can help me survive and do these blessed meals, keep going. I don't really have any other excuses to slow down the Hungerstrikes anymore. Besides, there's a lot of sort of corruption that I have to deal with in other countries, but we all have to deal with that technically. So this is not good. We don't need this or this. I'm keeping even the glass bottles, right? And these aren't perfect either. Some glass is not as good as other glass. You can taste it in your drinks if you drink just water like I do. So I save these bottles. Recycling. Not that recycling is going to be anywhere close to stopping the 9 planetary boundaries that we're crossing. Which, if you look up the science around that, that's legitimate science. It's not crazy talk. There are 9 planetary boundaries. Look them up. One of the biggest things that I was disappointed in when I was dealing with suing the medical system is how little they listen to you. Like, it's so paternalistic. It's, in a bad way, it's like, you don't exist anymore. And that's a bad system because the dialectic works on both levels. Yes, some people who aren't educated in that craft have contradictory and bad opinions, but they're the one experiencing the situation. You gotta listen deeply. All right. mung bean jars, which are not totally. We got some leftover oils because olive oil is expensive. The cost of living, as you guys know, has gone up like 300, 200, 300% in the last 2 years. Not good. We need crazy ones, but I'm running out. I'm going to. I'm going to move all of these to boxes. I'm trying to keep this a little bit engaging. This is garbage. Actually, you know, now that I'm cooking, I probably will bring out a garbage bag because as I'm cooking, I'm just going to start throwing out things. I've learned the lesson already that if I actually try and keep the bags in, it's really bad for my health. What did I do with it? Oh, here. My place is shit. All right, that's that's unfortunate. Luckily, this has a. I don't know. Huh. Okay, I don't know where my bags are now. Oh boy, that's kind of annoying. Where did I put them? Oh wow, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. I try to get this stuff figured out before I start cooking so that you guys don't have to watch it. So I can't throw this out because I can't get a garbage bag. What the heck did I just do? I know I put it somewhere here. Out of the way so my nieces and nephews didn't have to see it. I try and clean when they come here. Beautiful nieces and nephews. Okay, I found it. Normally I have them under my other sink, but there was a leak in my other sink for some reason, and I put my garbage bags underneath there because it's more out of the way. So I love having a garbage bag open while I'm cooking. So I don't like using plastic very much. You know, I only eat once a month, so one garbage bag every 2 months is not. Well, for one person, maybe this is the best, but I produce like no waste, no consumption, buying things in bulk. Okay, so this is garbage now. Okay, so that's good. This is handy. All right. Back in a second. Washroom. I'll turn on some cafe music or meditation music that's not copyrighted. So enjoy for a second. Oh, of course, an advertisement.
Right now,
see what I mean?
your brain is being
Every time I try to do something, there's something else that happens. And that's just part of our culture. But enjoy for a second. We will be getting to the French food. Okay. Alright, much better. So you can see somewhat cleaned up. Make sure I don't get any kind of sickness. I haven't had any mice waking me up, so just to be honest, that problem has been solved humanely. Okay. If you're cleaning at home, you can relax with me as much as you can, given the situation we're in. Even my spine is starting to deteriorate. These are built to deteriorate because they're clogging up so many sewers in major cities and in the ocean. Okay. So here's my East Indian Asian side. You can see it's a mess. So I like to have this all set up nicely because these spices make a huge difference in vegan.
You know, once a year I do a program.
Really? I just turned off an advertisement. Do you see?
And they're shutting down all the stadiums around the world. But it's like, you know, I have plenty of other businesses, but this is my.
If there's another advertisement in 5 minutes, I'm going to switch the channel. Okay, so here, see me clean up this. So salt, I like to keep salt next to the food cooking. Spices, a little bit of nuts, which we don't really need. In fact, I should probably eat these right now. I have a little bit of nuts, which are nice for like decorative, you know, for gourmet, use a little garnishes, right? Which I never used to do. Now I do. Okay. I'm running out of food too. A little bit of cleanup. This. I don't think I'm going to need any rice. This, I'm going to move these right here. This is a mess. We'll clean that up. My legs are just killing me. I have to go to the courthouse here soon. In a couple of days. So I got my black salt. This is also a lifesaver with vegan food. It makes things taste like eggs. Hinge I use a lot. Curry I use a lot. Garam masala I started using. All these things I've learned how to use since I started. A little bit of paprika. These are going to be needed for our sauces. So I'm going to clean everything so I can use it. Oh, there's a little piece of garlic. Okay, garbage. This is kind of weird. This little jam jar. I have to put the handle of my pan on it because my pan is so dented. Okay. So, this is good. This out. You might think, well, if you really were the Messiah, like, why did it take so long for anybody to believe you or to recognize you or anything? It's because they have free will. They know not what they do. If you can snap your fingers and just override somebody's will, it kind of defeats the purpose of being here. That's what the hard part is. You can always, in some sense, return to God in the abstract way, but the real gem is to know God, which means you have to be separated but also one. And that combination is the one that trips people up because they only want to do one or the other. They don't know how to be that contradiction, right? That's why it makes it look like Jesus is crazy. The Muslims or to anybody that, oh, you can't be 100% man, 100% God. Actually, you can. But God's a different nature than what you think. Okay, that's done. Maybe I should actually have a little bit of lentils or something. I just wanted to get started. I just wanted to get cooking because I felt like if I don't get started, it's just never going to happen. So I've gotten started. We're doing it. By the end of today, I will be on the Hungerstrike again. No more delays. I didn't go 19 days. Like, it was the longest stretch that I've done so far without food. So I gave myself a little more time to get over refeeding syndrome and stuff like that. So it's not totally ungrounded for me to take a little bit more time than my other meals. And I had years, whatever excuses. Okay. Oh, I might need to lay down and sleep. So a little bit of time left. I'm gonna wash all my bowls. I'll rinse them. And I guess YouTube if you wanna see what I'm doing too. Wow. I'm like looking over all my, there's a bunch of stuff all around me. And there's a letter here from a bank. I filed a complaint and they, this is rare. They actually said that I was right, and they said there was room for improvement and that they're giving me a $25 credit. I spent like 15 hours on the phone and maybe even longer. So it's the energy, it's so bad that when you know a bank is admitting its mistakes, the system is on its last legs probably. At least in our culture. In God's government, things get improved all the time. The government will admit it needs to be improved all the time because that's part of the process of being divine. Is you're always growing eternal life. In a certain sense, it's a paradox. I know. How can you always be growing? You should always be complete. Eternal is already complete. It's a balance because there's 3 moments to any God thought: universal, particular, and individual. And the particular is the part that always grows, like in a moving way. The universal is where it's complete, as instantaneous conceptual thoughts of God's mind, perfect in themselves. So it's eternally at rest and eternally moving in itself at the same time, which is okay for God's mind because everything is instant there. All right. I'm getting a little bit nervous about my dishes, right? Because they're literally falling apart. Even the ceramic, like the good dishes that aren't made of plastic, look, the paint is chipping off. Where's that paint going? Or that ceramic, whatever that material is. Where's that going? It's going to my body, probably. It's chipping. So I'm holding on by a thread, but it's a golden thread, you guys. It's a golden thread. So we're gonna still use that. I'd rather that than plastic, maybe. I don't know. I'm running out. Okay, I'm gonna throw this out. Okay, something concerning sort of happened. It's gonna sound a bit nasty, but I've gotten to know my body very, very well. And when I was in the washroom just now, I had a bowel movement that was too big. Meaning that I shouldn't be having a bowel movement that big, this close to my last meal. Because you want your intestines to be as full as possible right before you go on a hunger strike, because if you time it right, you eat like 1 or 2 last big meals, which will take about a day or 2 to digest. But then your body still absorbs a lot of nutrients, and if you eat a lot of oils and antioxidants, like it's still there to absorb, and your body is very absorbent. So if you time it right, you'll have like maximum sort of fullness, not discomfort. We're not talking about constipation or anything like that. If you eat the right fiber and the right things, like, you know, your body will stay not satiated because you're hungry, but it'll stay stable a little bit longer. So I just had a large bowel movement, and I know that means I got to replace that. But with the 1 day left that I have, I can't replace that much in 1 day, even with what I'm eating here. So we'll see how this hunger strike goes, but I'll have learned an important lesson. I might have eaten a little bit too long, right? Because normally what happens is you'll eat and you'll have very few bowel movements because your body's trying to hold on to things. So if I would have eaten yesterday, that bowel movement would be still inside, right? And it takes 1 day. You might have a small bowel movement or something like that, but yeah, that was a little bit concerning for me. Now that I've gotten to know how my body really works in like a lot of ways that I wasn't fully aware of before hunger strikes. So anyway, my last hunger strike was actually fairly okay for 19 days, but that's because I had like a perfect, also had a perfect bowel situation going on. The food I ate from Spain was very healthy, just so good. So the preservatives, the sugars, all that stuff, like, it's not good for you. It's noticeable. Noticeable. Instead of going three weeks with feeling like hunger but not like this crazy starvation, with these other foods you feel it within like 4 days to a week. Very noticeable, and our ancestors would know that too, because they had lots of intermittent eating. Okay, I'm running out of soap, so we're gonna be very judicious. Like, but it's been 2 hours and I'm still just cleaning. I think the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna make the breads. We're gonna make a baguette. We're gonna make a croissant. You have to say croissant. Say croissant. Okay. All right. So. I'm like trying to mentally plan the meal out so it can go quicker after this. I want to get it done before the ELM, because then you kind of stay satiated. Like when you eat a lot, like I like to eat a lot in my last meal. And now that I'm overcoming refeeding syndrome, I can do it safely, even after 19 days of not eating. Then if you try to go to bed when you're that full, it feels like you're puking and it's not good. So you gotta wait a couple of hours, and then when you sleep, you sort of wake up still feeling like somewhat satiated. I like eating in the mornings, so that's why I started cooking now. But I like eating there because then you're sort of satiated for the day, and then you sleep, and you know, there's a bunch of little things that you start doing to pass the time. Hunger. It doesn't make much of a difference, but it psychologically helps. I'm also using natural soaps. I'm not promoting any brands, but I like ethical companies. So this is like not normal chemical soap either. So you're always supposed to wash the soap off because it leaves a film. You want to eat that. But this stuff is very natural heavily from plants. I was using a little bit of cardamom earlier. Actually, probably should have seen a little bit of something to tide me over. Good. It's kind of the boring part, I know. I'm just trying to keep it a little bit like you're learning something here. And I think that these videos, you know, people will watch them once they become a little bit more like, you know, but I think that people might make compilations of them. Right? They'll snip out pieces where I'm saying something to you that might be helpful, and then make an actual engaging compilation. So that's why I'm talking intermittently, even though nobody's in the room with me right now, or it's for posterity. And it also makes it also gives a record for me to know what was really happening back now, like at this time, because it's going to get very confusing potentially in the future. But you're not going to be able to remember what was it really like in the past. And we recently watched a movie from like 1998 or something like that. And it feels different. It feels like there's more human interaction back then, and yeah, it just feels like our current society is very stale. Very, like, lots of stuff is happening, lots of new stuff is happening, but there's something less engaging. It's not sterile, but sanitized. It feels sanitized in a way. Even though it's very chaotic at the same time. Oh, there's a paint on it. Okay. All right. Cooking has become like an all-day event, and it was not supposed to be like that originally. This is in honor of you, Mr. Soho, or not Soho, Gautier. Gautier. Gauthier. Okay, so this is like my only last glass dish that I can put in the oven and not break it. And I can't heat it up too much at that level either, because this one will also shatter. The other one did. So my intuition is saying I should probably have a little bit of. You know what? Maybe not actually. Okay. I'll wash it. Whoops. That's interesting. Big bowel movements creates a lot of space movements now. I'm just being honest and realistic. What's really happening to me. Doing some extreme things because we're in an extreme situation, and I think a lot of people would agree with me now. I just wish it was 4 years ago. But things happen as they should, as long as you're in the spirit. Okay, so our main tool. If you would like to get some glass, high quality glass, or even cast iron pan, I would love that. I was really hoping I would got one for Christmas. That's okay. I got a beautiful card and a few other things. Okay. So I don't like normally using canned tomatoes. I have fresh tomatoes, which might be rotting by now a little bit, but we're going to use this too. So we're going to put this with our ingredients. Oh, by the way, the coconut butter is going to be used for the croissants. I think I said a little bit, but it adds that. I tried to make them before, not croissants, but like other like desserty, fluffy. You can't do it with olive oil. Interesting. I tried. So we need to have something that stays a little more solid when I fold it up. Okay, so I want to wash this, but I want to save the ingredients. Maybe I will just eat it. We're gonna free up one dish. And by the way, not only is the food and the microplastics bad, but so is the water. So I try not to drink any tap water. Maybe I'll have a little bit of a soup. Soup will digest very quickly, so it looks like it's going to take 4 or 5 more hours. All right, I'll show you how I quickly. I did this on a different recorder. I'll do a little bit of cooking, just so you can learn. Well, you can learn how a really quick vegan makes something semi-healthy. So when you're not eating a lot of junk food, you can actually put in quite a bit of salt because you should be consuming a lot of salt from the junk food in the stores, right? I'm putting a little hinge in here, asafoetida, which I never knew anything about before. We're gonna put in a little more salt, but this is the egg salt. This is like gives them more of an umami taste. Okay, so you shouldn't have to use much more salt than that. Sometimes I put in cardamom. I'll save that for now. I'm gonna put a little bit of curry in because my last meals I like to have a lot of antioxidants in there. And I don't like putting hot spices because that's actually hard on your intestines too. Oh, here's something else we gotta do. We gotta use the cheeses. I'm going to use some gochujang. You don't know what gochujang is. It is kind of a little bit of a hot sauce, right? But it adds a little bit of like flavor to like watery broth. So you can see a bit of gochujang, a little bit of fermentation with some miso. Miso is really good for your gut health. This is fermented bean paste, basically. It's kind of like gochujang a little bit, I guess. So it creates a nice reddish sort of broth right away. And I'm going to put a couple of carrots in here. Because carrots are like a natural sweetener to balance out the sort of bitterness of the spices and the saltiness of the miso. I cook it on high because I can make it usually within 5 minutes. Okay. I don't have a lot of carrot left. Put in a little bit of umami again with the not normal soy sauce. This is not hydrolyzed. This is like tamari sauce. A little bit. I like the dark soy sauce. I'm going to put in a little bit of oils here, peanut oil, just because it gives it that more substantial taste than just water, spicy water. Okay. This is not the healthiest. I'm going to put in a little bit of coconut fats, coconut milk. These are your essential fats. Truthfully, the real health multiplier is the olive oil. I don't like to put the olive oil in too soon because I don't know, sometimes it can be bitter. So I'll add in a little bit here. That will really bake in nice. I would add tomato sauce, but I'm going to save it for the French dishes. Sometimes, if I eat a dish and I don't feel satiated, I will have another meal right after just to make sure I get all my nutrients in everything. Okay, so here's what I don't want to forget. We got cheeses that I didn't want to make myself because I want to try some like actual brie. So I'm going to try and make some brie, some French cheese, right? But this is actual professional vegan brie. So we'll see what it tastes like. This is not the best kind, I don't think. Oh no, I'm thinking like vegetable brown. Yeah, we'll try this one. There's no soy or anything in these, so I'm excited. These I'm going to take out of the fridge and put them with our ingredients. You can see here. So we'll that for the French. I should have started this off by saying bonjour. I will when I eat the meal. Okay, so you can see that the broth is boiling over here. It's boiling too much. You don't want to broth up like that too much because the tasty bits will stick around the edges. So we're going to put this back into the broth. We're going to calm it down a little bit. We're not making a lot, so I don't do that. So I'm going to add a little sherry. Actually, no, I'll save the sherry for the actual French cooking. We'll use plain old Jane This gives it a little bit of a brightness. I never used to understand what brightness meant, but now it makes it a little bit more tangy, a little bit more less flat, more more bright, more in your face a little bit. Sometimes you're eating heavy curry food and stuff like that. It has a beautiful slow onset. But I found that there's a really nice optimal combination. Actually, it's because I don't caramelize the onions. The caramelized onions is what really balances out that nice deep curry flavor. But this isn't really going to taste much like curry. But we're going to put in a little bit of tamarind in here, and this gives it you a nice sort of brightening too, but not in the same harshness as white vinegar. So we're going to let that sit in there. I don't want to add any solids here yet because it really distributes across the liquid when you add it in like this. Okay, I'm going to add in a little bit more because you can see it's evaporating. You want it to reduce, like when you get all that steam out of there, you're left with like a condensed version of the broth, which is what you want. I'm going to fill this up with more water because I only have one of these filters, and even though it filters kind of quickly, it's still in the middle of cooking. You want it to be like ready. In fact, as I said that, I found it very helpful to fill up mason jars with filtered water so that I could use them right away. So I'm going to do that. So when this is done filtering, I'll fill this guy. Okay, let's turn this up a bit. Should I add paprika in there? I think it'll be okay. So at this point, usually I add a little bit of sugar, but I'm almost out of sugar. I want to save the sugar for the desserts and the croissants and stuff like that. But it's fair trade certified, so I'll add a tiny. Oh, I was supposed to add the carrots in. I'll add a little bit in. Oh no! I know what I'm going to do. We're going to add in maple syrup. Okay. I also have plum sauce for my mother, but I'm saving that just in case. Add a little bit more. So this is what will give it a nice. There we go. I'm running out of this too. This is really important in gourmet cooking, so you can see I only got a little left, so I'm going to save that. I haven't gone over all the recipes. I've gone over them a bit, so I know the ingredients, but careful. We're going to add in our onions now. I have enough onions for like the main meal, so I'm not too worried now. Last time I was really worried. But I still made it work. So you also develop like a pretty cool language around cooking, just like anything. Like I was watching this rock climbing video of this guy, Alex Honnold. He freestyles, which means that he climbs buildings without any parachutes or any gear or any ropes, so if he falls, he's dead. And he just climbed the Taipei building. And in some ways, it seems like something pointless to watch, but the reason why I was watching is I used to rock climb. I love it. I just love it. I love being in the mountains. I love all that. I know what it's like to get climbing elbow, not tennis elbow, but when you do this a lot, this muscle gets too strong compared to the other ones, and then it starts pulling on your joints and then hurt. You have to really do a lot of full body exercises to prevent that imbalance from happening. So, but I was watching it because it's inspiring people to do the hard work, to face your fears. And if this guy can climb what was the world's largest building in like 2001 without ropes, I wouldn't recommend doing it if you're not a professional climber. Obviously, we don't want you to die. But it was a skilled event that he mastered. I just realized I should probably put a little bit of rice in this, but I didn't pre-boil the rice. So what I'm going to do instead is we're going to dump this fluid out, this liquid, and make a little bit of rice. No, I really actually want to do that. We're just going to do a carrot, the lentil, and that's it. In fact, we could probably start taking the last thing I take out is the vegetables. And carrots, we're only going to use a small portion. I like to eat all the food because, like, it might be my last meal, right? So I don't want to have the memory of, like, not enjoying everything around me if I have the chance. We're going to wash, these are organic carrots. It shouldn't be full of pesticides, but they probably still have something on them. So all these foods, if you scrub them, they get cleaner faster. So I'm just going to scrape off the skin, because the skin is usually where the pesticides really stay on the vegetable. Oh, my neck is starting to hurt. I'm starting to feel it big time. Whew! It's nothing compared to the 8-year-olds who are facing oblivion. Can't even get a proper meal. Yeah. I would use garlic, but I only have one clove of garlic, so I'm going to save it. What I am going to do is I'm going to add a couple of Cuscos. Cuscos is not super nutritious, like not super, I mean protein heavy, but it fills out a dish really nicely if you're worried about it being too watery. Pull that up. I'm going to add in the noodles, a couple like tiny little bit of noodles that I have left. I only got this much noodles. So we're going to throw that in there because that takes a long time to get cooked properly. I'm going to save the bag for the organics, like you guys know. Okay. And we're going to get ready to throw this stuff in. The whole reason why I'm cooking this is just so I can clean up this dish. So this has only one side of the amino chain. Flour, bread. The lentils add the other side. You know, I've already washed these two. I can just put. So now this frees up 2 of my main dishes. And I'm going to throw a couple of peas in there too. So the reason why I don't mind putting flour right into the broth is because when I was cooking Moroccan, this Harari sort of like recovery meal for Ramadan, I think they eat it on. It thickened the broth just right with a little bit of saffron in there. So I've learned to use flour in a pretty cool way too. So I turn that down a bit. If I had time, I'd probably put in a couple of chickpeas. Actually, I do have chickpeas. These are getting freezer burnt, so I'm going to put them in there. Whew. So this is just going to tide me along. It is going to be a few more hours before I'm done cooking. The water is almost done here. My plastic water filter is also wrecked. It's like dripping. So that's not good. I don't like leaving the water in this water jug either. So that's why I filter it out quickly. I pour it out quickly. Okay. Gonna get washed. Got a little bit of coconut oil left. Put that in for the rest of the fats. I love this taste. Like, it's really shocking. I try not to use the bottom of the can because that's where. Well, this is a good can actually. I can't use the bottom. You don't want to eat the like if you do have to eat canned food, try not to eat the bottom because the weight of the food is pressing into the bottom more, which absorbs more of the bad chemicals if you're not using these special ethical cans. So we'll do this for now. We still have one more can of that. I think there was one more thing I was going to add in. Oh, I was going to add in a little bit of seaweed to give it a more umami. But to be honest, seaweed is not as important when you're putting coconut in. So it's already kind of savory. It's good. I feel like I want to put in something a little more substantial, but that should be a good enough to carry me. Oh, that's what we're looking for. A little bit of nutritional yeast to make sure your aminos are good. So it's kind of like cheesy, coconutty milk, thick taste to it, which you think would taste gross, but it doesn't. That's the thing that shocks me about vegan food, is that whoever cooked with these things, they figured this all out. Just like humans figured out how to make like liver and all these like raw organs of animals, right? Taste good. On the African savannah, when humans, hominids started eating animals, you know, they must have been starving eating that very irony taste. Like, it doesn't taste good. Definitely not by modern conventional standards. So, we gotta cook it. But anyway, whoever, like, we built lots of traditions on making dairy and stuff taste good. But the same thing can happen for veganism too, right? Did I actually put in? We'll put in a tiny little bit more. I never used to think those tiny little dashes would make a difference. They do. Oh, I gotta tape this back up. This is also cracked. So I'm gonna tape this up. Well, so that's kind of reducing, right? It's gonna get that water out of there, and it's gonna concentrate those flavors, and that's where it gets like unbelievable gourmet taste. Grandmothers know that. They have patience to do it. At least my grandma, my baba, I'm half Ukrainian, would make delicious kaluski soup. And looking back, because we were poor, we couldn't afford all the junk food. Like, if we got it, it was like once in a while, which is the good. That's when it's like kind of balancing life experience with chances of survival. But I know Brian Johnston, the longevity guy, would not like me saying that. But if you're in control of your impulses, still ages you though. He's right about that. Okay, let's. There. This was leaking during the Spanish meal. So I'm going to preempt it and tape it all up now so that in the middle of the recording, I'm not doing it, but of course now I am doing it in the middle of the recording. So, all right, put a little bit of extra tape right where the seams are, so it holds better. So that should hopefully stay together. All right. Getting a blender is very useful, like I said in previous videos. It's you can make a lot of things out of tofus. That way we have this organic tofu. I save all my tofu for like the last meals because this is what really makes me feel satiated. Ooh, this is getting close. This isn't French. This is just to keep me going because I'm late, right? And I haven't eaten in like 12, 15 hours. I want my intestines to be filled up. So we got some of that tamarind in there. We got the carrots naturally sweetening. We got some couscous in there, a couple of noodles, and of course we got the red lentils washed. And we got some onions. We got a couple of chickpeas in there that are pre-soaked, pre-boiled a little bit. And we got some coconuts for the fats in here, essential fats. We got a little bit of peanut oil with some olive oil too for the essential oils. So we're gonna take some antioxidants. I was gonna put some curry in there, but yeah. Ooh. We got that fermented miso. Wow. Could use a touch more sugar, but to be honest, I don't want to have a lot of sugar on my last meal. So we'll let the carrots do their thing for a bit, for like 1 or 2 more minutes. The hinge and oh, there's one more thing in there. It tastes bright. That's what it tastes like. The nutritional yeast makes it taste like it's got that. It's hard to describe what umami tastes like, that depth. Anyway, so we got our cheeses out for the French meal. My feet are hurting quite a bit. Whoops. We got our water being filtered. So I'm going to take out, I'll let YouTube see what's going on here. Oh, probably make my signs. There we go. All right, so our signs. So this is what my sign looks like. They're totally used now. It's been 6 months of cooking, right? I haven't replaced them at all. So let's get our high budget setup going. So this is cooking with M. This tape is quite cheap. So I like have to remake the signs every time. Like this is a nice have. I'm not trying to make it look like it's actual gourmet, right? Like I'm not trying to have a real gourmet cooking show that's all polished. I'm having a real gourmet cooking show for the people who want to know the facts. It took me tens of thousands of hours to learn, right? Being vegan for 10 years and, you know, trying to make it taste good. Will these pieces of tape stick? So this is like something I can do very fast to make it look like we're mimicking these TV shows, right? Like making an effort. I might need to get a new piece of paper because it's starting to look pretty. You can't see too much, but it's looking a little bit grody. You don't want to have dirty things around food, right? Okay, so I think this is done reducing. You don't want to reduce too much because I don't want it to be a thick cream or something. So let's use this bowl. The one that will get paint chips in me. This is too small. I think I have no. We'll use this guy here. Actually, this guy's probably too small too. And this is very easy. Very easy on my stomach to digest, roughly. Oh, it's going to take peas. Oh, look at it. It's going to fit. Wow! So those red lentils are very well boiled. So that's why you don't want to throw out the... When you overboil something like this, you don't want to throw out the sauce, right? The broth. I mean, they're doing this left-handed, which is a nice wake up for my brain. Okay. Okay. So, oh my gosh, that is delicious. So I'm going to take a picture of this because I can't do a picture of it because my phone is right here. So I'll just take. If I had like better lighting, you can take a better picture of it. But see that? Can you see me with it? Ooh. So it's hot. We're gonna add in some greens because eating greens is good for you. But I don't like the freezer burnt taste, so I like to just rinse them a tiny bit. And it cools down the soup too, so I can eat it. Get all that freezer. These are relatively new for this one. Oh, my old ones are actually more fun. Okay. So that'll pull that down. You see that? Oh my gosh. Normally I cook it in there because then it'll absorb all that. So it gives it that pocky taste. Oh, that is so excellent. You see this? What happened to my sign? It's right here because nothing is sticking anymore. It has lasted quite a while. I've had to recut these pieces. You put a little bit of water on it. Sometimes it stays a little bit better. Okay, good. I'm going to try and screenshot this later when I save this video. I'm saving all of them because I want a record of what I ate, so people believe what happened here and exactly what I put my body through and what my subconscious was doing, and pretty in tune. Okay, let's put this back. I don't think we're going to need the peas for any of the French gourmet cooking. Okay, so I'm going to finish washing these dishes. You can see, we're going to let that sit. I might take a little bit of a nap, like maybe half an hour, I don't know. I actually don't even feel like I want to do that. I want to give my subconscious, my human impulsive side, any room to delay things any further. I actually have to send out a legal document today too. I did lots of dishes as a kid. When you have a single mother, teaches you how to do things. I see a lot of these guys that are sort of in all male families or women did all the chores. They don't know how to do dishes properly or whatever. I might need better technique too, but I'm no stranger to dishes. As long as the chores are shared, right? Men have responsibilities too that women sometimes misunderstand. There's got to be open sharing, adjusted for IQs, a whole bunch of things. Okay, so almost all my main cooking dishes are now washed. Everything. So YouTube is not watching. Oh, can you see YouTube? YouTube can't see me. YouTube, I'm doing dishes. So this is my last glass dish. I will probably put a couple of croissants in here. Croissant. Onto here. Good. We're getting closer, you guys. Closer to getting back on this Hungerstrike. Look at that. Can't see. Look at that. Look at that. You can't really see it from YouTube, but I guess I could do this. Ouch, that's hot. See? We have a little bit of tamarind in there. You can't see, can you? This laptop is old. Somebody's old corporate laptop. Anyway. I'm getting a phone call from somebody. Okay, one of our Nigerians. Let's taste it. Mmm. 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 Mm. Oh my gosh. You can tell I didn't measure anything, like I eyeballed everything. With this kind of setup, it almost always turns out okay. Well, better than okay. It tastes so delicious, but with a different accent. I've made these where they're a little bit sweeter. This one's a little bit more on the. Just taste it. Mm. You know what? This one's actually pretty close to just right. I did good. It's got just enough tanginess to balance the sort of spiciness, the tamarind. It's got brightness. It's got depth. It's got. Sometimes I have a little bit more curry in there. But this feels right. This is good. Mm. It also feels light. I've made it where it's like really thick and creamy. This feels right. Okay. I think dishes are pretty much done. We got 1, 2, 3. This bowl. Big bowl. This is for like using the breads. Glass bowl. Got this guy for. I don't like using plastic. This guy's for backup for a salad or something. And we got a couple of glass jars done here. It's here. We get this little rinse too, just in case. We're going to pour some of this filtered water. So, as you heard me before, we're going to have lots of filtered water on hand because we're making bread. And usually takes quite a bit of water. Actually, that's not exactly true. There's a lot of boiling. Oh, my beard is full of. My beard game's a little off today. Apologies for that. Okay. Am I decent? Yeah. Okay. So we got our next batch of water going. We got our blender taped up, washed of any anaerobic bacteria. Give our pan soak. And this is where I usually start to look at the recipes I'm going to make. Oh, we're going to finish our signs. I think this is probably the worst my signs have ever been. I've had to remake this cooking song like 6 times. This one's doing the best somehow. Cooking with N. Kind of a little bit of a joke, but also very serious at the same time. There's no way I would ever be passed as a 5-star Michelin chef or any star Michelin chef. But maybe I'll get an honorary degree, an honorary Michelin, maybe they'll call it, for attempting to cook gourmet, vegan, ethical food in the middle of a poverty trap with the cost of living going up by 200%, in the middle of a mega crisis overall, while we're teaching the Word of God and having the largest single plaintiff legal battle in Canadian history happening all at the same time. Like, the only hope I have left to win, basically, is bringing on these other defendants, but also tracing back this judge who did me a little dirty. You know who you are. I'm taking the vow on abandonment for you too, Judge Summers. Now you know. He judged me by my external appearance, unrested me, and I think he realized he made a mistake. He should have gave me what's called complex case management to give me a fighting chance against 7 elite law, or at least 5, and then 7 elite law firms. The government hired and the University of Alberta hired to crush me, to throw it out of court before I could learn the law, and he let it happen. But I caught it just in time to raise a constitutional question where I could show that he reasonably was expected to know these constitutional issues that block me accessing justice in a very clever way that we can expose now through statutes and case law and a bunch of weird stuff that Alberta did. That's good. Okay, we're gonna wash the lid. Oh my gosh. This is the first time I've done this video. You guys seeing all the stuff I have to do to cook. That's why you can see my mind is avoiding it, right? But it also shows that I'm not mentally disabled, right? I'm not experiencing disorder or disorganized thinking or inability to take care of myself. It's all my human rights, my charter rights, right? So I can clearly cook. I'm organized. I'm making trade-offs that are wise given the extreme mega crisis that we're in. Oh, you can see this. It's kind of good. So it displays that I know what I'm doing. And these people are trying. The doctors tried to give me an illness, but there was one doctor that was semi-honest. He did me dirty in a different way, but he at least tried. He at least tried. And his name is I wonder if we should say it because he's not as protected as a judge, right? But he's a doctor. Let's call him Dr. P. Okay. He released me with no disorders after 8 weeks of high observation. Couldn't think up a reason to harm me or give me a diagnosis or anything because I was just on a hunger strike rationally. A different doctor though. Yeah, he's so old that maybe he retired. Wow, this is really good. I love eating. Man, I'm not going on these hunger strikes because I have anorexia or disorder. And love goes out to those who are struggling with that. You don't go on hunger strikes because it's not a sacrifice. It's easier to run from the pain. You know, this is about harnessing our godly selves to overcome the various tints and shades of finite life. The pains and the sufferings here. There's something much greater. Mm. Ah, this is a little bit saltier than normal. That's what I'm saying. It's a little bit on the saltier side. I like that because my body needs energy, electrolytes, and sugar. Okay. My legs are getting shaky. That's not cool. They actually give me wheelchairs at the courthouse. So I don't have to go through this. Like it feels like my feet are bruised. Still, it's nothing compared to what these children under 5 are experiencing in rural African villages or even in Bangladesh, like these factories, cocoa plantations that aren't fair trade. Okay. We're off to a good start. You know where I learned that coconut milk and coconut oil were so good? When I was cooking the canyon meal. Shout out goes to Sahan. What's going on with my beer game? You know, these people are trying to stick with me, but they're tough. It's pretty tough. This has guar gum in it. So guar gum's not really a preservative, but it's a thickener. This other kind though, this is the real. There's not even guar gum in here to thicken it or whatever. So I'm excited. This is what I don't like to fill my intestines with a bunch of that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of. I had like a tiny bit of coconut oil up in here. It was mostly the liquid because I didn't stir it. It was like mostly the liquid. So whatever thickener of guar gum was in there is probably the other stuff I ate. Wow. Mm. 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 Wow. Wow. Yeah. We're gonna make baguette, croissant, French onion soup, vegan beef bourguignon, I think, or burgundy, I think it's called in English. And we're gonna make Lorraine peach, I think it's called. And we're gonna make some creme brulee for dessert and another dessert. I have a little bit of chocolate left. And I think that's it. I think there's one more other thing too. What is it? You might as well look it up. Oh, that little bit of onion. 5 now. Okay. Oh boy. Quiche Lorraine, yeah. Wow, it's 1 in the afternoon. I feel happy though. Definitely moving. Hmm. Oh, he's on YouTube. I like Tony a little bit more than I.
I understand a big change first for energy. Now, when you think about energy, you just say, what changes people's quality of life more than anything else? Say, Tony, I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I don't have any energy. I didn't sleep last night. Honestly, I didn't sleep my time reading all your stuff. Right? And I got excited. I was wired by it. So, but how many of you have ever had a night where you had no sleep, but then something happened and you were excited all day long? How many have had experience like this before? How many have had time? How many have had a day you slept 8 hours and you were still tired? Make some noise. So when people say, oh, when I ask people, where does energy come from? Like, I don't have much energy. Like, where does it come from? People say, well, sleep. No, sleep's valuable, but it's not required for energy. The other thing people tell me is food, right? They go, food? How many of you remember your last big holiday, Thanksgiving or Christmas holiday, something like that? And how many remember your holiday meal? Make some noise. You remember that meal if you done it? So I got a question for you. When you had that big holiday meal and you ate that big food, how much did you eat? More than your stomach can contain properly, right? And what'd you say? Oh, I'll never eat again. And then someone said pumpkin pie, you went, okay. Right? And then at the end of that meal, did you feel like going on a run? No, what'd you feel like doing? Getting on that couch, maybe watching the game, a little sleep. Who knows what I'm talking about here? Make some noise if you know what I'm talking about, right? How many of you, by raising hands, how many of you, or my thumbs up if you're at home there on YouTube, how many of you have ever gone on a fast for 3 days or more? 3 days or more. Not as many of you. As you get past the first day, that's the hardest day. By the second day, certainly by the third, you've had no food. Does your energy increase?
He's like, how long have you been on a fast for? Try 294 days. Well, actually, 28 straight consecutive days is my max.
Of course it does. Energy is a habit. It's a psychological habit, and it affects everything in your life. Let me give you an example. Let's use an example that's simple. When you're in a relationship, and let's say there's two people that totally, completely love each other. They don't slightly like each other, they adore each other. They love each other heart and soul. And they want to be with each other. And they both are train their bodies and minds to stay at high levels of energy. So two people that totally adore and love each other, super high level of energy. Write in the chat box, what kind of relationship are they going to have? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be okay? Is it going to be magnificent? Extraordinary? Terrible? What would you say? Right? It's going to skyrocket. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. going to be wonderful. It's going to be passionate. That's all true. What if you took the same two people? They love each other just as much.
166,000.
Work down to my life, my habits, my challenges in their life. And they go from this peak level of energy to, good, okay, better than dead. The same two people. Tell me, is it the same relationship, yes or no? Is it going to be a magnificent relationship, an amazing relationship, or is it going to have some problems? Which one would you say? How many men do you think is going to have some problems? Watch this. When you get two people that totally love each other completely, but they love their energy really get more down to now they're in a real low energy state. They're burnt. And now they're going to be 20 soccer practices, sitting to work, and maybe there's a cash flow problem in the business. Maybe somebody's getting sick. Maybe grandma's got something else going on, and now they're both really low. They totally love each other, but they're the ground. Is it going to be the same relationship? No. It's not going to be magnificent. It's not going to be great. In fact, is it possible that they say things and do things that your partner will remember and forget? How many know what I'm talking about? You're mixing emotions. I tell you this because your energy is the base of everything, and if you and I are going to change, you're sitting at home, and you just hear me talk, that's not going to do it. We're not going to start doing things. I'm going to give you a set of decisions, and we're going to do some exercises. And as we start to do it, and if you don't bring a lot of energy to it, it won't work. And so you're at home, but if you're with me in a stadium, obviously I got 15, 20,000 people, and rock and roll music's going. I mean, you don't have a choice, really. You're going to be surrounded by it. Like going to a sporting event when there's 50,000 people. Well, we've got 1.2 million, but you're in your house. And some of you got a friend nearby or a family member on the team. What we got to do is generate energy in our bodies so that we can make these changes. So, in order to trigger yourself, if you want to do well in life, how many of you buy, how many of you believe, don't BS me, give me a yes or a thumbs up in the chat box, or if you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand. How many believe that energy is the single most important thing to change the quality of life and have a great quality of life? How many?
Yeah.
And you already knew this before I said it, but we're not practicing it. Like, how many of you know somebody that knows something needs to change? They say they want to change, and they still don't do it. How many know somebody like this? Maybe you know the person intimately, right? Like you, right? So the problem is energy. So how do we get it when we don't feel it? Like, I got 4 hours sleep, but I got to get up and deliver for you. This is easier than a normal event, but I'll travel around the world and 20-hour flight to the Middle East, and I got to get up and deliver for 10,000 people. And my body is out of sync. I can't get up and do an okay job. So the way we do it is by using our bodies first. If you lead with the body, you can generate. Okay? So I want you to try something with me just for a second. Would you stand up? Stand up wherever you are. Stand up. Shake your body out. Come on. Get it up there. Stand up. Stand up wherever you are in the world. Shake it out. Shake your body. A little energy in your body for a second. Laugh.
Oh no. I guess I'm gonna have to mute this.
Do. Shake your body out, and we're going to do a exercise. It's simple. It's really simplistic. I want you to point at somebody on the street. Now, if there's somebody next to you, you can point at them directly. If somebody's in the room with you who's doing this. Otherwise, point at somebody on the street, whether it's you or not. I want you to say, I own you, baby. No, say it like you mean, I own you. No, I own you. Now, are there any competitive people out there? Make some noise. And here's what I want you to do. By the way, the word competition in Latin means to conspire together. What does that mean? If I'm going to play basketball with you, I'm going to push you as hard as I can so you get better. I want you to push me as hard as you can so I get better. So we're going to push each other just for a second, this little 30-second drill. And all we're going to do is this. We're going to go, I own you, back and forth, whether they see it or not. And when you say, I own you, what you're really basically saying is, I have more energy than you, you low energy person. You're challenging them. And then what we're going to do, we're going to clap 1, and we'll count 2. And when I say 3, I'm going to ask you to jump, leap, and expand your energy. You're going to make sound. By the way, how many of you sing when no one's around? You like to sing, make sound. The reason we use sound is it wakes up a different part of our nervous system. So I'm going to ask you to celebrate like you're a little kid for 30 seconds. Like you achieved the greatest gift of your life, the greatest goal, you had the greatest orgasm of your life, whatever makes you go, right? And you're going to jump and leap. You're not going to do it like an adult, like, yay, right? You're going to literally jump, leap, and create as much energy and as much sound as loud as you can for 30 seconds and out to the person you're looking at on the screen. All right? When there's 30 seconds, build the energy. Who's going to go for it here? If you want to go for it, give me a thumbs up. Say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Get a virtual for Pittsburgh. Go ahead, give it up. Tell your partner, great job. You rock, so do I. Well done. See you in a big state. Get a sip of water so you stay hydrated. It's fun. Somebody got some water for me too here? Take a little sip of water. Stay hydrated. Notice if you or the person watching the screen did this, you're like jumping, going for it, then you went, oh man, just glad that crap's over so we get back to the seminar. Okay, sit up in your chair like you're in a peak state, and make more energy in your chair than you did when you're standing. Come on, break it up. You feel strong, make a fist and say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Now, don't let that drop when you're in this state. Now, by the way, you might say, well, what is this? You got some motivational pump-up stuff. I don't believe in just motivation. I don't believe that if you got a problem, you should go to your garden where there's weeds and start chanting, there's no weeds, there's no weeds, there's no weeds. I believe in tell yourself the truth. See things as they are. You're a leader. You're a parent. You're a business person. There's 3 mandates. Jot them down. Number 1, see things as they really are, but not worse than they are. Everybody these days wants to make it worse than it is. Now, part of that is social media. Part of that has to do with just the media. The media are good people, but they have one job. They have to take care of their shareholders. How do you take care of shareholders? The answer is really simple. You got to get people's attention. Right? We're not an information society. The information society died a long time ago. There's too much information. We're drowning in information. We're starving through wisdom. So what does the media do? They have to get your attention. Whenever they're trying to get your attention, and they know intensity sells. They're not here to inform you. They're here to startle you. You turn on the television that says, oh my God, water could kill your child. Film in 11. Right? You know, come on. You know, why do people have those headlines that are total bullshit when you read the article? Clickbait. The minute you click it, they make money. And they're not here to make money for you. They're made for their shareholders, so they got to get more eyeballs. So it's not their fault. They know if it bleeds, it leads. So we tend to think things are worse than they are because we're hearing about everything bad in the world in milliseconds, things you wouldn't have known in your lifetime about something happened in another country 2 seconds ago. And if it's not on television, obviously most of it's in our pocket following us on social media or the news lines that are pushed to us. So you have to train yourself to see things as they are, but not worse than it is. Seeing it as it are is like, you know, I used to say I'm big bone. No, I was freaking fat, right? I was 38 pounds heavier than I am now. I was like big bone. I had the same bones, but that was my story in my head. as it is. That's what I do these next 3 days, even if you don't like it. But don't make it worse than it is, because then if you make it worse than it is, you give up. You just go, why even try? Oh, the world's over. It's all coming apart. The second mandate to really being a leader is you got to see the situation better than it is, because that's called vision. There's a little book called The Good Book. It has a phrase that says, without a vision, people perish. That's true of any understanding of leadership in this world. You got to see beyond the moment, or you'll have no drive to make it better, no matter how bad it is. Anyone can deal with a difficult today if we have a compelling tomorrow, compelling future. And then thirdly, now that you see it better, you got to make it the way you see it. And that requires strategy. That's why I work on both strategy and philosophy. Philosophy is what changes how you feel, the meaning of things, the emotion. Strategy is how you get it done. And we're going to do all 3 of these here. Now, having said that, none of this works if you stay in the same state you were in before, like the passive state. Most of us were trained in school to sit passively, right? The bell rings, you run in your chair, you sat down since you're a little kid, and you're supposed to sit down and do what? Sit down, shut up, don't talk to your neighbor. Well, today, if you sit down and don't talk to your neighbor, you're out of business. How many know what I'm talking about here? Say hi. Right? But those days are over. Today, you have to actively go after it. If you're sitting passively while we're doing these things, learning, you might go, this is really interesting. Wow, that could be really useful. Yeah, he has 15. Whatever you're thinking right now. Right? But the point of the matter is, if you're in the peak state when you're learning, and you force yourself to stay in this state, then when you learn something, you feel like doing it. Otherwise, you go, this is really good. Later on, you go, yeah, I probably should do this. I probably should. That won't change it. Right? Let me just show you 3 minutes, because during COVID, which is when I started this, people were stuck at home. And that stuck at home created a real problem. It's still going on today. People's energy levels have been lowered so much across the world. And their engagement levels are so different in their work and what they do in their life. Because we spent 3 years sitting in front of screens and doing nothing in a little room. But they don't even realize we're like fish in water. So during that time, Stanford came to me.
Put it back together.
They had a couple of professors that had gone through my Gateway Destiny seminar, and they were both clinically depressed, and they had no more depression. Got rid of the drugs. He said, "This is unbelievable. Do you have data on this?" And I said, "No, but I've got millions of graduates. But if you want me to study, let's do it. Let me just show you real quick what happened, because this will help you understand that what you're doing is based on science, and it'll show you the results. It'll blow your mind. Take a look. We're going to do together only a couple of days. It is designed scientifically. I know it works because I've been doing this for decade after decade after decade. During COVID, more people got stuck in depression and anxiety. And I got a phone call from Stanford University who had done research on our Unleash the Power Within event. They came to me and said, look, we have 2 of our professors who are clinically depressed who went to your Gateway Destiny seminar. They said their lives are completely changed. They've thrown away all the drugs. They don't have any symptoms of depression. Do you have any data on this? And I said, well, yeah, I've got millions of graduates. I gave you a testimonial, we've done follow-ups. They said, no, they're like scientific data. I said, well, what do you want to study? They said depression, because it's out of control. And I said, great, let's do it. The meta-studies show that when people are depressed and they go for treatment, whether it's drugs or therapy or both, on average, 60% of people make zero improvement. 40% improve. But on average, they only improve 50%. Most don't. Most people take these drugs for another 10 years. I said, if those are your statistics, we'll blow that number out. I'm certain. I said, well, what's the best result you've ever gotten in the history of psychiatry? It was at Johns Hopkins University. They did a study where they took people that are clinically depressed, and for a month, they gave them psilocybin, which is magic mushrooms, and did cognitive therapy on them. 6 weeks after, 54% of the people that did psilocybin and cognitive therapy simultaneously had no symptoms of depression. It's the quickest result they've ever seen in the history of psychiatry. I said, our goal is to beat that. Here's what's cool. They did the study, and here's the result. After 6 weeks, after just 5 days, 5.5 days, no drugs, no cognitive therapy, remarkably, 93% of the people had no clinical depression whatsoever, and the remaining 7% had significant improvement. Even better, 17% of people went in there with suicidal ideation, thinking about suicide. Every single one was no longer in that state afterward. And even better, 1 year later, they followed up, and they found a reduction in negative emotions by over 70%, an increase these symbolic emotions at 50% a year later. There's a method to our madness here. They sent a group out for 36 months. That's a performance group in partnership with Stanford. And they followed me all my life seminars and then digital seminars when COVID hit. And I wore this $60,000 device. It measures everything. Every break they got up and they took my blood, they took my saliva to see my hormone changes and everything else. And they just got lots of great like this, I jump 1,100 times in a day. So imagine I'm 290 pounds. 4 times your body weight is like 1,000 pounds of pressure, 1,000 times. It's 1 million pounds of pressure in one day on my body. So my bone density looks like a gorilla. I burn 11,300 calories on average. It's like 2.5 marathons or 2.5 NBA games back to back or 10 NHL practices in a row is what they told me. I burn 4,000 before I even get on stage. Chess masters, I found out, will burn 3,500 to 4,000. You didn't even play the game because your brain uses so much energy. You've ever been with a friend and you've been on a run, you get to the point where you can't talk anymore? So actually half of your body is on the floor. Well, I'm stage doing 18 and still speaking. And then they uncovered why this stuff lasts. They decided to track these changes in my body. But then they decided to also track the audience. They have something they call the championship biochemistry. What happens is your testosterone surges, mine surges through the roof, which gives you drive and focus and energy. And when you're in a high testosterone state, you remember everything. If I asked you where were you at 9/11 the moment you heard about it, I remember exactly where you were. If I asked you where were you on 8/11 of the same year, you don't have any idea. That's because information without emotion is barely retained. You gotta use your body. Second thing happens is Tom Brady can be in the last 2 minutes of the game, down by 10 points, which seems impossible, and he comes back to win the Super Bowl. How? His testosterone surges, he's got this incredible focus and drive, and his cortisol disappears, so there's no stress. Normally, when your testosterone shoots up, you have this stress hormone called cortisol that pops up. Well, in my body, what happens, testosterone surges and cortisol, the stress hormone drops off. What they found is it isn't just me. If you do what I do, you'll jump, clap, move, do the things we do. Y'all have the answers. It looks like music. We all go into the state of high testosterone, low cortisol stress, and we balance that piece out, and people experience it. That's why you're retaining. The results come by changing your biochemistry, and that's why it's going to last. Who's going to go for it? So here's what we're going to do. Keep your energy strong, and let's focus on why I think you're really here. I'm sure you didn't come here to just hear stories or learn about principles. It's nice to learn. How many came here because you want a breakthrough? You want to create a breakthrough in your life. Something you want to make a real change in, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome. Then do this. Do me a favor. Write down in the chat box, what is a breakthrough? You say you want it? What is it? Put in the chat box for it. What would you say a breakthrough is? Give me a title. How would you describe what a breakthrough is? I'll read what you got here. But type it in right away. What's a breakthrough? A change, a moment, an aha. Yep. That's something where you now know it's done. Very good. Now, something going so fast, hard to read here. Okay, that's good. A decision. Keep going. A transformation, a feeling, a peace of mind. A transformation.
Okay.
Some change, a positive change. Okay, all of your definitions are great. There's no wrong definition. But let me give you my definition in my head. I think a breakthrough is a moment in time when everything changes. It's a moment. It's a moment because it means at any moment you can create a breakthrough. It's a moment in time when everything changes. But what looks impossible becomes possible and you act on it. That's a real breakthrough. The moment in time, it's a moment in time when everything changes because what was possible becomes possible in your mind and you act on it. Now, you can fucking trigger a breakthrough. If you've been around a breakthrough, what triggered it? What kind of things triggered you a breakthrough? Some people say conversation, some people say it's sometimes a big challenge makes you have a breakthrough. Sometimes it's a new emotion. Sometimes I'm running illness, prayer, meditation, perspective, energy, a new belief. Loss sometimes can trigger. A decision can trigger. All your answers are absolutely right. So they can trigger people to know they get inspired. You can meet somebody who's doing something and think, have you ever met somebody about yourself? They're really successful and you are not successful in an area. You like yourself and they can do that. I can do it. Never had that thought. They will always do that. So breakthroughs happen in a moment and they can be triggered by many things. So let's you and I figure out how to create breakthrough in you, not by me telling you how, but by using a simple exercise with me. I'm going to ask you to think of an area of your life where you struggle to make a change. You know what I mean? Like you said you're going to lose weight or stop smoking or end this relationship, whatever. You said you're going to do it, and then you didn't do it. You said you're going to do it, and maybe you got mad at yourself, maybe you beat yourself up, but then one day, even though you failed many of the times in the past or not followed through on this day, you broke through. Something happened inside you, and you went not another day, not an hour, another moment. This is changing now, and you need to change. How many of you can think of a time in your life, an area, where you struggled until one day you broke through? Raise your hand, or give me a thumbs up if you're have this experience. Okay? So I want you to write down, answer 3 questions. First, what is the area you were struggling with that you did create a breakthrough? What was the area? What's the area you're struggling with that you created a breakthrough? Secondly, tell me what triggered you to break through at that moment. What was the trigger that you've been tried many times before, but at that moment it all changed? What triggered the change at that moment? Was it something? Was it an emotion? Was it an upset? Was it anger? Was it excitement? Was it inspiration? Was somebody you met? Was it a new strategy? And then the third question is, what made it last? Was it a new belief? Did you have a new strategy to learn how to run your business or lose weight or do something? Did you learn a new skill? Did you get a new tool? Did you bring a new emotion? Did you let enough anger or enough excitement or enough love or whatever it is? Did you find the exchange of 3 questions? What was your breakthrough? What was the moment that changed it? What triggered it? That moment. I know you struggle a lot with that moment. Why that moment? And thirdly, what made it last? Did it lead the new emotion? The new skill you learned? And maybe how did your life change as a result of that? So once you've got it down, put some music on, just 3 minutes as fast as you can. I'm going to call on some of you and we're going to process this. Here we go. Let's do it. Start out with what's the area you struggle with, but you did break through. Mental, could have been emotional, could have been a relationship, could have been finance, could have been happy you left rid of. Why is that moment you finally change? Why is that moment? What triggered you at that moment to really make it happen? And then finally, what made it last? You have a new belief, you bring a different level of emotional intensity. What emotion was it? You believe that was possible? Did you meet somebody? Did you get a strategy that you never had before that showed you how to do it? And how did that change your life for the better? Elaine says weight loss about 70 kilograms. Breakthrough assistant in personal power. Nice. We're going to change 24 years ago. That's nice, Elaine. Was it in triple voice?
I wish that you could hear this, but I'm wondering if it's going to. You know what? Maybe I should just let it on, and I'll start the actual meal again, part 2. Let's enjoy some Tony Robbins. If they shut down my stream, whatever. You just saw me clean up. You know what I mean? Actually, I did give you the introduction. Oh, whatever. I'll just say it again. During the meal. I need to like sit down or something.
I made a decision, Robinson. I left an abusive marriage. But what made you leave then before I've been in an abusive marriage for a while? What made you leave that moment? Diagnosed with chronic arthritis at 30, was able to walk, and I changed everything, and I'm fine today. Beautiful. I saw my real value. Prayer is what triggered it. Nice. That makes me do that. Alcoholism. I'm really unsure. We don't have to know for sure, but what do you think this life. Oh, it's gorgeous. Stop drinking alcohol. I was waking up with a black dog and bad anxiety. I see the world more clearly now. Better decision making. I lost 25 pounds due to Tabasco peanut. Divorce. It triggered talking to my daughter and a strategy I'm trying to fix. There was no fixing. I made the real change that was necessary. I died and started to exercise. But what did you do in that moment? You knew about it before that. You got about 10 seconds. What made you change that moment? How'd you like better? What was the moment that made you change? And how'd you like better today than ever before because of it? Lost 50 pounds. Recovered from sexual abuse and trauma. Beautiful. Jail did it to me. Wow. Remembering my power through God. Stillbirth child. I had to believe in something larger than myself to get through it. Very nice. I moved to the country with my kids. We knew no one, so we started fresh. Nice. But again, what triggered that moment? What made you fondly shift in that moment? Beautiful. 25 seconds left. And write down, how's your life better today than before because of this? And if you're on Zoom and you want to share, raise your hand and we'll call a few people. If you're on your hand, I'll call you. I'd like to hear what was the breakthrough you had. What triggered it? Okay, how many are done? Raise your hand if you're done, or give me a thumbs up if you're on YouTube so I know. Thumbs up's out there. Great, great. Okay, let's call in a few people. Let's just reach out and grab somebody for me. Let's throw them up on the big screen here if you would. There we go. Throw them up, give them a hand. Your writing and your name is so small. It's hard to use it. Rama?
R-O-M-E.
Oh, nice to see you. Where are you in the world?
Oh my God, Tony. I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, man. Give it up for Montreal, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me, brother, what was the challenge that you put off, how you broke through, and what triggered you that day, that moment to finally change it?
First off, was you. So I want to say thank you to you for everything that you do because your work impacted me in a big way. That's the first thing.
Thank you very much.
So I tried committing suicide 4 times, which is a very tough time when it did happen. And at the time when I tried committing suicide, my biggest thing was everything that could go wrong in my life was going wrong. So I was in a lot of pain, a lot of financial stress. I was going through a breakup, no family, no friends, and it was probably the darkest time of my life where I didn't see an outlet no matter what I did. And what helped me start to have the breakthrough was I met a therapist, and there's no shade towards therapists. I think therapists are great. But every time I saw a therapist, Tony, I'll be pissed off because I'll always leave her office not feeling fixed. So I thought a therapist was supposed to help you. And I remember after my last prescription attempt, I took like 50 pills of aspirin. I think it was like half a bottle of vodka. My face swelled up. And I prayed that morning. I just don't want to wake up. I woke up that morning and I went to the pharmacy. They gave me this drug called Ciprolex, was the antidepressant. And I was like, okay, you know what? Let me start taking this drug. But they weren't working. And at the time, I didn't really know. I knew who you were, but I never really studied your work. And there was a podcast you were on one time, and you spoke about. You say something while I was about to take my antidepressants. You say the biggest problem that most people have is they think they're not supposed to have problems. Yes. And when you say that, my first thought was, wait, what did he say? So at the time, my mindset was, why happened to me? Why am I going through this breakup? Why do I have this problem? Like my mom's not here, my dad's not here, no friends, no family. And I play it back and you say the biggest problem that most people have is they don't think it's supposed to have a problem. And the second thing you say was when people have a blueprint of what they want and it doesn't match the reality of what they want, they call that depression. And I know it might sound weird, and I was telling this to a friend of mine in therapy. Like that, my depression just stopped. It was the weirdest thing. I got my pills, grabbed them, threw them in the toilet.
You're on a hand person. Well, that's fantastic.
that moment, I threw myself away, and I realized that the answer, question, the answer that I had was that was it, because I kept saying why I was a victim to what was happening to me, and I stopped being a victim.
Yes.
And I know it might sound crazy, but I didn't have much money at the time. I was like, how am I gonna pay my rent? I put on my shoe and went to the first gym in the area that I was in. At the time, I was dating someone, and she kicked me out of my house. Like, I'm gonna live with her anymore. So it's like, where am I gonna stay? I was literally sleeping in my friend's house at the time, which was painful. But I said, fuck it, I'm not gonna be a victim no more. I just went to the gym, signed up for a gym membership. I just started training. That's what I started to do. And the weirdest thing is that I still have challenges in my life, but I always go back to that point that the biggest problem is people think they're not supposed to have problems. If I do have a problem, it's okay. This too shall pass. That's the belief I have. This too shall pass. And when I just realize whatever.
Actually, brother, the problems are a sign of life. Anybody's have problems. Like, I love when somebody tells my business I have no problems. I go, you are in trouble. Either you're an idiot or you're lying, right? Because problems are what challenges to grow. And if we have no problems whatsoever, we can grow. Now, what we want is better quality problems, though, right? As you get stronger and smarter, better quality. But yeah, I'm so glad that piece you wrote. That's fantastic. And so what broke you through was new insight. But the truth that superseded your old question. By the way, all of you out there, you know, one of the things I teach, we're not doing here right now, but maybe we'll touch it on the third day here. Once again, the questions we ask ourselves control our focus and how we feel. So if you keep asking what's wrong with me, why does this always happen to me? You're going to get answers. You're an idiot, right? If you go, how come I can never lose weight? And your brain's going to because you're a pig, right? So if you ask a lousy question, you get a lousy answer. But if you ask a quality question, you get a quality answer. And so you just changed your whole perspective. But you also do the second thing we're going to teach this this week is you've got to change what we call your physiology, the way you move. When you work out and you push yourself like that, there's an inner strength that you start to feel. And that changes the way the mind works as well. I'm so inspired and thrilled. I mean, this is wonderful. Thank you for sharing this with us. And Rob, I want to meet you personally, so I'm going to ask my team to invite you. You're going to come to Unleash the Power Within seminars, my guest. I'm going to bring you up there. I'd love to meet you, man. I'll see you then. All right? God bless you. We'll check you up next time. Personally, brother. Let's do one more real quick. One more. Bring somebody else up here. We go. We got it here. Like it's Katie. Give it up for Katie. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this poor one.
First of all, I take your glasses.
Thank you. I've been inspired in the last year with my growth and my change.
Tell me, what was the thing you struggled with, and then what did you break through on? But what was the moment? What made you break through that?
So it was, I actually did UPW with a seminar with you last year. And the first couple days I was struggling. I was like, why am I not, I was just flatlining, a little.
Yes.
And at some point you talked about what's the worst thing that could happen if you continue with this. So my struggle was that I felt like unlikable, like I needed to people please, like I needed to perform, I worried about what everybody was thinking.
Yes.
And when you talked about where could that go, it's like, okay, well that will lead to depression.
Yeah.
That will lead to me not having a voice. And my brother took his own life in 2020, and that was the gestalt, want to follow him. And so that huge movement where you had us walk through that hard time and go, don't do that. And suddenly I had that breakthrough of like, no, I don't want to do that. And I changed my story from I'm not likable to I don't care if people like me.
I get around to that. Yes, people like you because you like yourself, right? You're doing a different energy right now. How many like this when we do shows? I think that's the coolest thing in the world. But listen, your glasses, are they a reflection of that? I'm curious. Like,
Absolutely. Getting bold, being myself, absolutely taking like these little steps every step of the way, day by day. Like, okay, let's test this down. I'm just gonna be myself and see what happens.
That's cool. Well, you know what? So many people are not themselves. They're trying to be something else. Social media is made up of people putting filters on themselves to try to make themselves be something they're not. That when you have somebody to themselves, when someone is authentic, it's so rare. I mean, everything's bullshit. Reality television is bullshit. They scripted, right? It's like, so you need something real that usually creates likability for anybody who's got a heart. And that's what we want to connect with anybody, not somebody who's a jerk, just care. So, oh, that makes me so happy. But to describe me as at the seminar, we do this process, it's pretty intense. Because we do it for 4 days. It's called the Dickens process. So if you know the story of Scrooge, he didn't want to change. He wasn't about to change. But if you get your brain to the point where it's called leverage, where change becomes a must, not another day, another moment, that pain gets you to break through, and then you have a whole new set of beliefs. Right? This is not what I want. This is who I am. This is what I'm going to be. That's fantastic. Well, thank you. And congratulations. Give her a giant.
Thank you, Tony.
Really good. Give her a hand.
Oh.
So much out there about mental health these days. So many people talk about self-care all the time. And sure, you should take care of yourself, but you gotta grow. Just comforting yourself is not enough. Growth is what gets you out of stress. If you don't grow, then you're just gonna get weaker and weaker by self-care. Don't get me wrong, take care of yourself. But our society has more about mental health because we aren't doing things that actually make us stronger. Right? When you get weaker, it doesn't get easier. It gets harder. How many know what I'm talking about? No, it's true up there, ladies and gentlemen, right? So, how many of you well, let me give you this. I spent a lifetime doing this to take complex things and make them simple. In the beginning of my career, I tried to make things as detailed and complex as I could. I think to prove to myself how smart I was. How stupid is that? Or to prove it to other people. I don't know which, probably both. But what I found is simplicity has power. In fact, if you want to write down an important phrase, think about this. You know, when you think about something that is complex, complexity is the enemy of execution. Jot it down. Complexity is the enemy of execution. The more complex you make something, the harder it is to get people to do it. So I'm going to show you right now.
Oh, it says that I can't broadcast a free event. Oh, okay, I thought it'd be okay that I could. But it actually says here, he copyrights this, even though it's public. So, actually, let me check YouTube. Okay, so the Tony Robbins event is over, and that was a surprise. Okay, the Tony Robbins event is over. It was good. He's good at what he does. He's getting a little bit bold though. But one thing I want to say is he talks about changing your state with physical biochemistry, which is kind of why you can do it in two ways. You can, if you understand the proof of truth, you can trigger it that way, but you can also do it externally. The thing that needs to be said is that we need to create a system that is more fair and honest so that people have realistic expectations. We know where to adjust our expectations. So everybody, the divine journey within is seen by everybody. So the secret with Tony Robbins of why he's doing so much stuff is that he has a small tumor on his pituitary gland. What does that mean? His biochemistry is already changed every day without effort. And he had the option of getting surgery and removing it. He chose not to because it basically makes him a superhuman. And what I mean by that is the pituitary gland is what triggers a whole bunch of powerful chemicals and hormones that makes you unstoppable, like you're taking steroids every single day. So he's basically getting a large dose, like I think something like 2 to 3 times the normal somebody who does like a bodybuilder per day. That's why he's like 6 feet plus and 300 pounds and like fit. And his voice is thick as if he's taking steroids, like when you take steroids, everything is thick and raspy. So that's one advantage he has as part of his Pareto category. It's called body beauty. There's 6 Pareto categories: facial beauty, social beauty, wealth beauty, body beauty, cultureness beauty, and IQ beauty. Those aren't what we judge you on in God's government. Those are powers that you can use to help others and do big achievement and inspire. But there's an inner dynamic too that once you account for those things, it's kind of like, oh, what can you do with what you've got? Like, you can do these race cars like NASCAR driving is pretty amazing, Olympics, but then at the same time, there's driving with maybe a car that has one wheel. Who can drive that the best? Who can do these like incredible feats of achievements in non-ideal situations? And when you see the full picture of that, you start to see the God within people. That the smallest things are them making an effort, a big, tremendous effort. So what I did during it is I went and reviewed the meals for the French meal because I'm not going to stop. I might lay down for a second because my body is sore. But if you're just joining me here, I found out that Tony Robbins might copyright these times to rise. I actually don't know. But to play it safe, I stopped recording when I found that out. So we'll keep going. And 30-day trial of Tony Robbins AI. They called their AI Gigi. I think there was a falling out between Tony and Dean. I'm getting sucked into this. No. Okay. Oh boy. Alright. I forgot that I was gonna make ratatouille, which is great. Oh, I'm feeling a little tired. I wanna prime my mind and get all the like everything laid out, and then I want to sleep for a bit, and then wake up and keep cooking during the ever living meeting, and then eat it, finish cooking it for tonight, and then eat it by tonight, which is not perfect timing. Um, All right. I am trying. Oh man. Okay. So ratatouille and there's one more that I missed as a dish for the French. Ah. Ugh. Wow, it's been 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay. Uh, Okay, I've taken the steps to finish this. I feel better. All right. Oh no. Really? I didn't know escargot is. Oh, interesting. I guess I'm doing the research phase now. Hmm. My eyes are tiny and tired. They're burning. Okay, we're gonna plant these. Ouch, headache. Ouch. Alright, we're gonna try a transplant here and see if it works. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, let's see. Let's see here. It doesn't. Try to. Try to. Did you see that? Oh, you didn't see it. I transplanted one of these guys. These two plants were too close together. So, going to. We're going to try and keep them alive. There might not be enough soil. All right. So we are pretty much ready to start. I haven't researched the dishes. My legs feel a little weak. They shouldn't feel weak after trying to recover, but they do for so long. But we're going to disinfect this. We're not making skewers, right? I don't think this time anyway, but sometimes these little sticks come in handy. For the Kenyan meal or for the Nigerian meal, I have to use this skewer. Or what was it called? Sumac? Not sumac, but I think we just called sumac. It's sort of like peanut butter. They call it groundnut. Delicious. Sort of. It's supposed to be meat, but I made it tofu. Put it back. Just okay. Okay. Done that. I feel like researching some of these dishes, but part of me also just wants to start cooking and sort of get going because I can feel myself getting tired. I sort of do want to lay down, but yeah, whatever. I have to cook through the ELM. One ELM's not hard, not bad. All right, so I'm just happy I'm doing it. The brain is really resisting because it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. That's worthwhile. Oh no, it crashed. Ah, my entire thing crashed. That was random. Oh, it closed all my tabs and I had all the cooking stuff open. You know what I mean? It's just random. Like, I couldn't have predicted that it was going to crash like that. It wasn't even slow. It wasn't freezing. There was just no warning signs that it was just going to suddenly crash. That is okay. 2 steps forward, only 1 step back. My head does kind of hurt though. So we don't have an ultra meeting tonight. It's good. All right. Croque. I was going to do croquis monsieur. Sort of already researched quite a bit of this, but oh, cool. This kid liked my comment. That's nice. Welcome, Matthew. Glad you enjoyed the comments. I gave him some dialectical advice because he was feeling like life was meaningless, as we all are in this meta crisis that we're in. Like many of us. Okay. Oh, I got 4 likes on that post. Really? This actually looks really good, actually. This croque monsieur. I think I want to make this, actually. Wow, this looks awesome. Okay, I'm sold. I'm gonna make it. All right, this is gonna be a long cooking session, but you gotta make croque monsieur. I can see why people love it. Okay, I think we got all the classics written down. We're gonna make some quiche Lorraine. Hmm. Excuse me. It's so long. Like talk about two. It's supposed to be a quick thing, but whatever. It's okay. Quick thing to cook these meals, but I hope you start to see how much I'm preparing. I'm like nervous to turn the stream off, because if I do, I'm probably gonna sleep. Like I'm not gonna let myself relax totally. Getting back on it today. Okay, we're gonna make the buff Bourguignon. Ratatouille. Okay, so while the beef bourguignon, then we make the ratatouille. Okay, also so good. Quiche Lorraine. So I got the order down. Wow, I don't know if I can do the eclairs. Huh, that's intense. I got it. It sounds French to make eclairs, so maybe I should do it. Ganache. Like if somebody's having competition making these things, that's pretty intense. Um, Oh boy. I guess making macarons are really hard. I really want to do the French well because they take such pride in their food. Uh, tarte. Even if I look it up, I'll know tartan. Look at that. Oh wow, really? Oh, that looks kind of cool. If I had apples, I could easily make that. I could make a miniature version of it. I already have crab apples. That's actually perfect. I can make a miniature version with crab apples. Very kind of cool. I need a lot of sugar for this. I don't know if I have enough sugar to do this. It's still early enough to order some extra things. That's pretty easy to make. Okay, maybe we'll try and do it. I'm going hardcore. Like, I thought creme brulee was in here. Oh, creme brulee is kind of hard to make, but. I guess I have to make this one. Oh yeah, because I bought the vegan cream. So creme brulee, I have the ingredients for. And the other ones, I don't know. It's gonna be close. I wish I would have saved a little bit more sugar. All right, this is a lot. This is a lot. The creme brulee macarons. I'll watch one video on how to make macarons because apparently it's the hardest thing ever. Really? I thought they were pretty easy to make. All right, we're almost ready to go. An hour and a half until the meeting. I guess I could start cooking tonight. Oh shoot, I gotta do the I have to do the legal email. I should probably just do that first. Because if I'm tired and I don't really want to send an email in the middle of cooking. This is a lot of work. How long is this recording so far? 6 hours and 45 minutes already. Wow. And I haven't even started cooking. Okay. Hmm. Oh. Oh man. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll try and do it. We'll try and do it. Okay. There's a lot here. Like it's growing. Like, do I really need to make 10 dishes? No, I don't. I think 3 dishes is not bad. But I really want to honor and respect the cultures that I'm engaging with. The world does look like it's bouncing on a pin. Um, so I'm only spending 1 day on this cooking. 1 day a month, probably not the worst thing in the world. Um, and I did plant a bunch of seeds before I started cooking, so that's brewing in the background. I'm a little bit too tired to enjoy the process. I think I should sleep till the ELM. Start cooking the ELM. I've already done the lion's share, cleaned up, got the ingredients ready, did the recipes. I could try and order a little bit more sugar, but honestly, if I make a miniature version, it's in honor of the countries. It's an honor. So at least if I make an effort, that's what matters. So I might make one macaron and one little tarte tartin, or is it called tarte tartin? Like I might make a tiny little one au clair, like a very small version of them, and that's what we want. Actually, that would make a nice little dessert plate, just one of each thing. So we'd have macaron, eclair, tarte tartin, creme brulee, and the chocolate. There's like a chocolate mousse one. Oh yeah, and then I think it's all of them. So those shouldn't take very long. You can make one batter because they're very similar in batter. At least the vegan version. And we'll do a very quick version of that. The beef bourguignon. I have to actually make the seitan. That will take a while. That'll take some time. Ratatouille shouldn't take too long. Okay, here we go. All right. Oh no. Oh yeah, okay, good. I have eggplant. She got a big. Oh no. I don't know if my ratatouille is gonna turn out. Well, we'll see. I have a big round ratatouille and they got a thin, small one. Oh no. Okay, he cut up a big one. Okay. don't have any yellow eggplant. Darn it. Oh well. Okay. I think it's not going to look right if it doesn't have yellow in it. So what do we need to order? We need to order summer squash. We need to order sugar. And ideally we need to order Right. I don't have light ingredients. I do have. Got me zucchini, but we don't have any eggplant or. Oh, I didn't even notice. We don't even have. We don't have eggplant. Okay, we have to order eggplant and squash. Okay. Oh, I need my phone to order. Do I? Oh, I guess I don't. I guess you can order. Didn't even get to lay down. Or the beef bourguignon needs to use the potatoes. My pork pot's not doing well, it looks like. Wow, that's incredible. I made an order at this really ethical store. Okay, well, we got the squash coming now, the yellow squash, I think it's called. I didn't get to rest at all. I didn't lay down even for a second. But that order is happening now. Okay, I guess I can't cook now, really, until the squash gets here. So that's a convenient excuse to delay for a little while. I'm cooking this meal whether I'm exhausted or not. This is getting done tonight. Pressure's high, but I'm not. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Green pepper, chocolate. Okay. Oh, well, I actually don't need chocolate. My back hurts a lot. Okay. There is no eggplant. Are you kidding me? Why? Why wouldn't you have eggplant at a health store? That is shocking.
Years ago, Tony Robbins worked with Mother Teresa on strategies to expand her humanitarian reach and mobilize greater resources. According to Tony, he didn't do it through motivation, as motivation was
Okay, beautiful souls. As you guys know, thank you for coming on time. We like to start on time every time because we respect your time, and the self metaphysically is time. Um, I am at this moment very concerned with time, so I think we should all get watchdogs. In fact, we should bring a dog in here, and somebody should stream it just to hit the point home. Um, but more seriously, we're here because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. Um, uh, and right now, we also need to make sure the content of our meetings are about One World Spirit being an intergovernment with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. I'm going to do all the flow rules here, and I'm just going to mute you, Almond, just because there's a feedback loop. I'm going to do the executor, which is keeping things flowing, red energy. I'm going to be the relationship builder, keeping things loving. And the strategist, keeping track of goals and ideas, and influencer, making things blessed and communicative. I'm going to say the blessing out to, well, basically those that are suffering tremendously in the world. Yeah, I think it needs to go out to the hungry, to the starving, to those who are beginning to panic. You know, to you guys for coming in this evening again on time. All of us came on time. That's rare for an evening shift, I think. So thank you for that. So take a deep breath in together of everything that serves us. Really visualize it. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000. And hold it for 2, 1, 0. And breathe out for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's really try and be present for this meeting's best outcome. And so it is. So that said, let's get into our check-ins, and I guess we'll start with, I think Marlena actually was the first one in here, so you can go first, Marlena. Marlena. Oh, you're really, really quiet.
Oh, sorry, it's connected to my phone or my car. Well, I'm driving, so I'm gonna turn my camera off. But I'm in like horrible levels of pain right now in my body.
Yeah, go ahead, Ami. Am I? You're right, you're right, you're right. Sorry. Amin, are you there? Can you hear us? Okay, go ahead. The computer is going very slow. Yeah, go ahead, Ami.
Okay. I just woke up actually. I was about to. I spoiled some computer and put some script on the file because it's around 11 p.m. in the time. So the next day I just phone too badly. So I woke up and so it's all bad. Very, very painful. Yes, I mean that's to give up and try to do something. Yeah, so then come to max live.
Okay. What was your score, though? What's your score, Amin?
I'm gonna read myself on the two.
A what? A3, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A 5, okay. Alright, I put the icebreaker in the chat. If you want to try and do it. We can always try and do it in the Winston teams too. But, alright. I'll go then, I suppose, if you're finished. So yeah, I'm feeling, I'm pushing the limits here hard, really hard. And I'm sort of proud of myself today because I forced myself to buy all these things and do the groceries. I didn't sleep. I got a little bit of a headache, which is kind of concerning. And I was gonna try and nap, but the time is slipping away, guys. Like it's so, like not like a manic slipping, but it's just there's so much to do. I can't even believe it's 7 o'clock now. I didn't take a nap, nothing. So I got my meal started. I'm cooking French tonight. I got a shipment coming to me from an ethical store that's normally closed by this time. I don't even know why they're open. That's bizarre. So I need to get some yellow squash, right, which I thought my sister ordered for me, but she didn't. So I got that and a couple of other things, and yeah, I was kind of happy that worked out. And I got a refund from this like food delivery store, so I didn't have to use any of my money. I just used those credits because they keep messing up my order. So yeah, I'm kind of happy that I pushed the limit. I didn't give in. Something bizarre is happening. Every time I open these apps, it's like it just takes so much time. So yeah, getting back on the hunger strike no matter what tonight. I was just thinking about like how bizarre it's like it's been a long time, and it feels like it was just like yesterday that I was on the hunger strike. So something bizarre is happening that way. So yeah, physically I'm hurting bad. My neck hurts, everything hurts, but I feel good. We're getting on track. So I would say I feel like, yeah, probably a 6.3, maybe a 6.8. So I'll just give myself a 6.8. Icebreaker. What I tell my 30-year-old self, read Hegel earlier. That's what I would say. Okay, so good. Glad you guys are here. What I want, I read that wrong. I would want the mind of a 30-year-old because pretty soon CRISPR and AI is going to make our aging of our bodies much, much less. Okay, so let's do a core little dash here. So nobody's accrediting right now. You don't have a laptop, do you, Amin?
No. I've got the laptop.
Okay, we'll start with you. We're going to do the core. Each one of us is going to get like a minute and 30 seconds. 90 divided by 4, which is roughly 30 seconds each, I think, right? So let's do, actually it's more like 25 seconds. So let's do 25 seconds each and see how we do. Okay, so go ahead, Amin, you got 25 seconds. What's the core? And go ahead. Okay, Amin, that's okay. You're out of time, my good man. So Joe, go ahead. You got 25 seconds.
Or long spirit of finding ego, wisdom, problem, the Megacrisis sentences, and implementing flows and thoughts. The quotes Megacrisis with other crisis and just we have 4 spine
Okay, Marlena.
agency.
Go ahead, Marlena. Are you there?
She's driving, so
Okay. I thought she'd still be able to talk though. So yeah.
Sorry, decline the agency, unity, trust, coordination, experience, life, fragmented consciousness.
Yeah, fragmented consciousness, polygons, AI, CRISPR will go through climate change and mental health. Root solution is universal logic. Empowerment sentences, one world spirit means follow sacred time, empowering people with the right to follow universal tools. One world spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Blessing dash 5-3.9, right to clear rules. Self-contradiction is coherent. Rules apply fairly in all situations, and rules master in oceans. Core 3, flows and flocks. Roles are executor, keep things flowing. Relationships are keep things loving. Strategies, keeping goals and ideas tracked. Influencer, keep things blessed and communicative. Flock strategies, contacting 28 people we already know, having 37% success. We get 6 to 9 of them on board to learn the core before it starts programming itself, like right now. Okay, I tried to do it at 25, but it's too hard from there. But we did not too bad. So I totally burnt Marlena's time when I did that. Oops. All right, so we're gonna move on.
Can you put some mute yourself while you're not speaking because your camera sounds like a robot, or every time you speak it sounds like a robot on my end at least.
Yeah, there's something really weird going on. Yeah, like both of you two have a weird feedback thing going on. I'll just mute you, Joe. Yeah, it's like try and restart your computer because your internet connection is like really like I don't know, it's like really like almost garbled, but in a computerized sense. Like it's like you're slowed down to like half speed. Interestingly. Okay, so I guess we're done the core. And no graduations this time, but Joe's doing the beginning of it totally right, which is great to see. And he's still moving, which is understandable. I just gave him a compliment. He wasn't here. Oh, he's back. Is it working better now?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, way better. Way better. Okay, so yeah, nobody graduated this time, but you're getting a lot better, Joe. You're definitely saying the beginning of the core properly now, for sure. So let's move on to the wisdom teams. Universals are both global topics, particulars about our team topics, and individuals about our individual wrenches. Are there any topics we should be reviewing here tonight? Anything at all that we should really know about? And just to play it safe, I'm going to pull up an AI little summary quickly on Google, because there's literally decades of progress happening in weeks, it feels like.
I have some AI links that were in the WhatsApp that I think were pertinent.
Oh, you're
From what I
driving.
remember, but I can't remember right now. I can't get them because I'm driving. So.
Oh, actually, I have. Oh, I had WhatsApp logged in on my computer, but it logged me out when it crashed my computer. Oh man. Okay. Oh, it's loading. I think it's loading me in. Oh wow. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Pretty slow. Well, let's look at up. I'll look up the AI while that's loading. So, what are we getting today? Google AI Ultra, Project Genie, experimenting with infinite interactive worlds. Oh boy, that sounds hardcore. Software stocks enter bear market on AI disruption fear with ServiceNow plunging. What the heck is that about? What does that mean? Fear from ServiceNow plunged 10%?
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Should we be analyzing other models outside of LLM?
It's whatever. Why would you say that?
I mean, there was a New York Times article that I was reading where somebody was critical of LLMs and their limitations. Not that there isn't a way to, achieve super intelligence, but that LLM wouldn't be the way. I'm not agreeing nor disagreeing, but it is something that we ought to be aware of.
Oh. Well, whatever the form is, I don't know. I just feel like whatever Meta is doing in Google.
Well, that's who it was Meta's lead scientist, and he said that they're just going in the wrong direction.
What do you mean, completely wrong direction?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Actually, I'm trying to figure out what is approaching it. I know a couple of other people that are critical of LLMs anyway, as an approach. But
okay, well, whatever form it takes, whether it's LLMs or whatever, it's happening.
I agree with you on that.
It's totally happening.
And I still think that there perhaps is even more of a problem if it's not just LLM. If there is a limitation to whatever's being used now, that means it's could be prone to error. Makes it alarming because it's still people are outsourcing ideas, their ideas.
Yeah, it's happening very quickly, and even just this morning, I guess one of the articles was that Meta announced that they're putting even more into AI. They stopped their other reality thing that they were investing in to put billions more into
Metaverse.
Yeah, the metaverse thing.
Yeah, that was always seen as a threat.
Okay, so the announcement was that they're focusing 100% on being the super intelligence provider of the world this year. They said this is the year that massive disruptions will come to work, and I think one of the shocking things that he said was, we used to take teams of people to do teams of humans. They have one person doing it now, one very competent person. I was like, whoa. I was thinking they'd have at least a smaller team, but it's like he said one person. Like, wow, okay. So that's shocking. That stuff is really happening right now, and it's shaking up the stock markets like we saw yesterday. About the AI threat outweighing solid earnings from bellwether names like ServiceView. Okay. It's like the AI's outperformed the market by like magnitude. I think like 3 times better than what the normal hedge funds were. The normal hedge funds give back like I think 4%, and Gemini consistently got 12% or something like that. Okay, so yeah, AI stocks could soar by 40%. So this AI bubble that they're talking about is not going to happen at all. Using AI to read mammograms, cut risk of developing aggressive breast cancers. Interesting. Okay. All right. I think we covered the big one. Like how to avoid common AI pitfalls in the workplace, like losing your job. That's a pretty big pitfall. All right. Oh, extreme things are happening. So what do we do about it is the question. I don't know your art. Oh, let's check out the ones that Marlena put in the chat here. Okay, it loaded for me. We'll watch one of them here. AI has been posting in the chat too, which is kind of nice. Oh wow, my head is throbbing. That's surprising. Ouch. Sorry guys, I'm moving slow tonight. I didn't get a break at all. I've been working straight since the last DLM. No break at all. Like a couple bathroom breaks. That's it. Which is not good. Oh, it's blocking me, Marlena. I can't see it. It won't let me. This video is not available in your country. Okay. I don't know what that video is about. The Washington Post on Instagram. At a city council meeting in Santa Clara, California, a man dressed... Oh, it's got an update. It says, a man dressed as Batman brought his concerns about federal immigration agents being at the Super Bowl. Corey Lewandowski, an advisor of the Department of Homeland Security, said in October that ICE officials would attend the final game of the NFL season on February 8th. There is nowhere that you can provide safe haven to people in this country legally. Not the Super Bowl and nowhere else. Okay. Okay, so what does this exactly mean here? It says that ICE is going to go everywhere so that nobody can be housed. Yeah. It's growing.
I think ICE is going to be curtailed in the after the CR expires.
What's going to be curtailed?
ICE.
Why do you say that? Because Donald Trump pulled back today?
No. Because the continuing resolution will expire. You know what that is?
No, what's that?
So basically, when they have the budget passed, they pass a continuing resolution until they actually come to a final agreement. And usually it can be passed, for any period of time, but it only was passed up until January 31st. And so once that expires, I think it's maybe tomorrow, then the federal government shut down again. And part of this negotiation is actually the role of DHS, and ICE is going to be part of the Democrats' demands. So that's pretty significant.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, there's definitely a lot of tension happening. That is 110% sure. What do we do about it? Well, it's the same thing. We got to start a new type of interacting, a new type of politics. This is Marlena's last post, I think. Interesting question. Realistically, the only way I see... it's really nice to have somebody in the government that knows how to interpret that, Joe. I appreciate it. Realistically, the only way I see collective liberation happening is simply the death of the human race. Oh yeah, nihilist. Okay. Humans are too nuanced, and the world is too big to reach everyone. Well, he's wrong. universal logic is the most immense and universal and general, and also the most intense and hyper nuanced, and can reach anybody with meaning. We're not all meant to be enlightened. That is incorrect. People who have brain injuries might have a hard time, but we have CRISPR to solve even that now. So, yeah, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that because it's going to go nowhere. All right, so let's get to the particular a little bit. This morning's meeting was intense. Oh, burning your time. Go. See. Let me give you back some time. So we did our ultra this morning, or we tried to, and not enough people showed up to do it, as you guys saw. But I wanted to get a little bit of feedback from you guys. If you're seeing what I'm seeing, or if it looks like just total chaos. And also, the social media guys are coming back tomorrow. So we're not doing an ELM tomorrow, it's the next day. But I'm going to try and do, as soon as I'm done cooking my French meal here tonight, I'm going to start working on the launch lists. Because I kind of thought it's kind of a cool idea, right? The person who's running the overall, it's like we need an extra role. That's not the executor. It's like, well, I guess we could make the launch list an executor. I'm working on it. But I'm going to be the first one to implement it. I'm not going to make the executor do it, but on the next ELM, Ultra ELM number 3, technically, we're going to follow up with every person, and we're going to get them to start thinking ahead on what could possibly go wrong in their life that would prevent them from coming. And this way, there's no, I don't know, no sort of feelings of like, there's something weird going on. And, I haven't, Etienne and Ebubechi were supposed to come, but Etienne left me a voicemail, so I have yet to look at that. I pushed so hard to get this meal done, guys. I have to get back on the hunger strike. It's ridiculous what's happening to me. So I got 19 seconds left. But yeah, what were your thoughts, you guys? And I had 20 ideas, and even like 2 more after we all left. But what do you guys think? What was your impression? And do you have any updates? And technically, Marlena has the most. Ahmed has the most time. But anybody can go. It's free flow.
Okay, so do you want to talk?
Sure.
So, this one my friend says, yeah, it's probably the only way I see collectivity of everything happen simply because of your mind. The state vibration. Because people are starting to, I don't know, people are getting it slowly because of their religion and understanding about the world.
What do you mean? I get to make sure only because of their religions. You're coming in very muffled, and so it's hard to hear what you're saying.
So, can you hear me, Max?
We can hear you, but it's very muffled.
Oh, maybe I should put off palm. If I'm talking about that. So, make it sound and things that so that what I'm saying, they say, people will start to believe that, can you give up this thing? You see, graduation comes from when you understand it.
Collaboration comes from when people understand you. Is that right?
You know what?
You're saying collaboration comes from people understanding you?
Cohesion, like cohesion. I was talking about you're talking about you continue to just bunch up like someone's comments on Malena Instagram or something, right? So they think elevation comes from there. You know,
Yeah, it's hard to understand you, and we can hear you typing, Joe.
Trying to tell me, right?
Yeah, we're trying to understand you, but it's very muffled here. Let me try and stop sharing my screen for a second, or my fan is going hard. Okay, so you're saying something about collaboration, religion, understanding people.
No, it said, the people that believe in the Son is going to predict how our death life is going to look like.
Your what date? The death date, or your what's that?
Just for the really, just already. You said what?
I didn't catch the last part of what you were saying. Is there a way that you can like it's like your camera's underwater. It's like under a sheet. Is it next to your mouth, or is it covered up, or what's?
I don't know what program is that, but actually, just right here. So, I'm going to remove my,
No, it was actually better just before that. Yeah, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, so you want to use it all?
It's up to you. You can go into the song. You showed up on time, so technically you're the one that gets to play the song today, if you'd like.
Oh,
I'm out of time. I'm burning fudge time.
You said what?
I'm out of time. I'm burning fudge time. But
Okay.
Marlena has 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Joe has 6 minutes.
You driving actually. I doubt you should listen properly. You should listen. But you see, according to what I know in Islam, what you do, that means you get like the main thing that where you get you have it, your razor, or you can just the only thing that can raise your that could make you be very better, like what's on the page. Anything that can make amendment. People that still with the world, they can do Thanksgiving or they can do Thanksgiving. If they can do Thanksgiving, not Thanksgiving, I mean Thanksgiving in for that person. Like you need to do your going. I took it from the first day, so I went to this day. You're doing a very you're doing remember from his mom died, I think some years ago too. He was hard to do money and it was like he wants to put party for her because people the good, kids, totally good, the drinks. Actually I told him according to my girlfriend stand when you give alcohol for remembrance, I think it's not very good for dead person. I think it's gonna cause more suffering for the person. When you try to do Thanksgiving for a dead person, you know, if things that people would appreciate, things that are real, that things that really matters, food really matters. If someone eats, it's bring positive energy and not negative one like alcohol. So when you give stuff like that, for sure, the person that is gonna get a reward. You have the intention that okay, I did this thing for someone that is dead and I want the reward to go for the according to how you spend your money and all that. God really understands the language of money, he understands exchange rate and all that. I'm saying so. You give uh, you need to remember for a dead person, yes, that's like raising the person, like raising them. They're gonna feel it in the graveyard. They're uh, gonna get better for a while. You know, change the whole kind of life to be like, you know, Thanksgiving, they don't after that. They're not save my time. Okay, it's stay for the food.
All right, Marlena, I guess. Yeah. Well, we're running Marlena's time, I suppose, if you're saving it. And then, Joe, you have 5 minutes too if you want to say anything.
Oh, yeah, she can see us.
Did she leave? Let's see here. Yeah, she did. She did have to go. She is driving. All right, I'm going to divide up Marlena's time. That means each one of us gets 2 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily hear what Aman was saying. I could barely understand.
What was your thoughts on the meeting this morning, though?
I mean, as far as I was there,
Yeah.
I mean, I was there up until the check-in, which was quite a few people. I mean, I the judge was in the chat. Seemed like everybody was pretty much engaged except the relationship builder initially. Which, that's obviously problematic, but other than that, I believe that was Sahan, I believe. So outside of that, I mean, but I did not stay for the entire session. Now I will say that was it was a lot to manage, and it seems like it was pretty much well.
Yeah, it was what, sorry?
Being managed well, at least for the period that I was there.
Really? You thought it went well?
In the beginning.
Interesting. It could get a lot better, but yeah, it was starting to click, right?
I'm not saying that wasn't my point. But yeah, it can get a lot better. But I mean, compared to where we are or where we've been, I don't think that there's really any question that it was a lot more efficient considering the number of individuals that were in the room.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the biggest thing was it wasn't just me correcting people. We had 2 other people correcting other people, right? And that's exactly what we want. Esther and Francis were correcting people, correcting Sahan. Hey, where's the song? Blah, and yeah, if everybody does that, the meetings go very well. Imagine 36 people doing that. And here's the thing too, I want to say, Joe, 36 people is a lot of people for 1 hour, right? And if we're paying, even if we're paying $2 an hour, that's like 60, what is that? That's $62 an hour. That's like paying almost a law art student or something to do something. So I thought, how do we get some of that value back? So we're not just throwing money into the wind, just training up people. We have to start providing value with that many people. So I was thinking we could do a collective action together, right? What if I said as part of the launch list, you got to come in and have your social media ready, like Facebook or whatever, and we're all going to make a post to one of the AI leaders per week, per meeting, right? So then it's sort of like we're paying for marketing in a way. So we're getting people trained up, they're getting free training, we're learning the core and all this kind of stuff, and they're recruiting for us now. We got people coming on board. And then, as long as Usman comes back, he went a little bit simmering nuke today because we challenged him. He was one of the poorest performers, right? Sahan and him were really multitasking, and everybody could tell. And then, Esther pointed it out too. She said, "Yeah, you're multitasking, blah blah." He said, "I'm not multitasking." And I said, "Why don't you do the flow rolls?" And he didn't want to do one flow. Anyway, we got into it, and I think he'll be okay. But I think if we start doing a large action together on one of the wisdom teams that we think is very urgent, then I think that's the way to get some of the value back, or make sure it's worth it. So, Joe, you have the most amount of time at 6 minutes.
I'll donate 2 to you.
I'm trying to look up some of my ideas. Like I wrote down so many ideas today, but I said I'm not going to follow up on any of them. I'm going to cook this meal, and I'm glad I did it because look, it's like it's been like 10 hours, and I'm still trying to get this thing set up, and I made these orders and blah blah blah. So I thought if I die on this meal, right? Like what's the point of having like $27 sitting there in my Instagram account, in my my delivery account? So I decided to spend that, and that's what I did. But anyway, I think if we have 36 people in a meeting, like that's a lot of that's like a pretty good like amount of manpower. And if you think about it, Joe, if it was Canadian dollar or even American dollars, 30. Oh, just mute yourself, Ahmed, because there's feedback on your screen. Um, you know, if we did the calculations, yeah, mute yourself, Ahmed, for a second.
Is that what?
Mute yourself. Like even at minimum wage, that'd be $546 an hour for that Joe, right? And since we're human centric, you know, we're willing to pay that. And if we pay people like the average rates, let's say $22 an hour, right? If we paid them like a living wage, it would be almost $800. So how do we get $800 worth of value out of a meeting, out of 1 hour? What can we time? There's like a lot of potential here, so I want to start brainstorming those ideas because I want to have the godly meeting, the godly ELM, like 10 days from now. I'll be very hungry on day 10, but I think the number of blessings we will get. I actually haven't even fully calculated it. But do you have any ideas, Joe? Like maybe we can even start planning the conference or start telling people about the conference. And and is there any updates on the conference that I should know about?
Sure. Yeah, there is. Got a proposal for a venue, and I just need to get hopefully another one tomorrow, and just to price things out. And then I need to figure out. I didn't want to charge for the event, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to pull it off if if I don't charge something. It's I'm still going to keep it to minimal costs, but like maybe have people cover the parking and food, whereas everything else, will be covered by, donors. That needs to be figured out. I do want to minimize the expense because it is supposed to be accessible to anyone that's interested. That's going to be one of the first 80 people, but nonetheless. So anyway,
how many people are you planning to have come to this?
what's that?
How many people? Yeah,
80.
only 80.
Yeah, I mean it's. Otherwise, it's going to the cost would be very high. And so, the key is to kind of get it going. So that's, yeah, and hopefully if we can get the venue, then get the invitations out. That's the next step.
Okay.
And then it really starts to move.
Okay. Why did you pick Why did you pick that 80 though? Like, what was that again? Just to say it more.
Price point and size of the venue.
Okay, hold on. Let me think here for a second. That's weird. I never have a headache. Okay. Do you have an idea? Did you map out who the 80 people are going to be?
No, I mean, I want to make it accessible to as many people as possible locally. It will be made available probably to local stoas in the Northeast first. I haven't thought that through. One possible alternative way of actually raising money would be having people pay for a reserved seat, and then the day of, it'd be free for anybody that shows up.
Why would it be free for the day of?
Well, I want to make it free, but for individuals that maybe can't afford that really want to go.
Okay.
Maybe put some tickets aside, and maybe, depending on the situation, where we are financially. I'm not looking to freeze people out. So that's where, it kind of gets a little bit. Now, for individuals in the STOAs themselves, they will have an advantage since they are actively involved in hosting STOA events.
Okay. I wonder, in terms of content, like really, we should plan the event in terms of the flow roles. Like, 80 people is the influencer category. In terms of who's going to be hosting everything, the executor, that would be you, right? I'll be your backup. And then, and there's 4 other guys you were talking about. We should probably get them to do roles pretty quickly. But also,
6.
There's 6 guys.
Yeah.
And they're confirmed?
No, I mean, I don't know if anybody confirmed because I don't have the venue.
And how? What kind of venues are you eyeing up there? And here's the thing: if we pull up a miracle, I have a funny feeling this is it. This is like the last conference of humanity. We'll call it the Conference of Humanity or something.
You're first.
The Conference of Humanity, the last Conference of Humanity, or something like that. I'm just thinking. If we had a customized, like if you can get like one of those big like conference like buildings, and you just buy like a little section for like 80 people. But if we do pull this off, if we could expand, right? Like imagine if we get like 200 people or 2,000 people, or it starts to get big, and that people are willing to pay for it, and it turns into like a stadium-sized thing. Is there a way?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's an important part of community building is supposed to be going on as well. So, having some degree of intimacy is important.
Yeah, but that's the ultra ELMs. That's the calculus of flow, right? Is that we would have one big stadium, and then you'd have breakout sessions, but they'd be like different sized ELMs.
Yeah, I mean, ideally that would be something that you would do, but I don't think it's going to be that type of conference. I think it's I think it's appropriate to potentially hold it at the National Constitution Center. That, and it's going to, I think it's going to examine a really, really important issue. And then hopefully more can be spurred from there.
How many people can fit to that building?
Depends on the room that you're in.
Yeah, but like, can we book all the rooms? How many rooms are there, and how many?
You can't book all the rooms. I think that would be. I mean, the way it can be set up, it could be set up for quite a few people. Some are not even necessarily kind of. They're not even rooms. They're like kind of the almost the center of the building itself on the second floor. But those are, I haven't seen that for rental yet outside of some types of social affairs.
Okay.
But I haven't even entertained it because it's not even.
Okay. Well, I'm looking it up here. So, Amin, are you gonna donate your 3 minutes to the song, or do you have final comments? And we can do an after chat after this to talk a little bit more. I'm just gonna look up this National Constitution Center.
Yeah, I gotta leave not too shortly after 10. I have to write something up. And then I'm gonna try and get a couple more things done that because I have a very hectic day tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we can chat a little bit longer. Go ahead. And what do you want us to do? Do you want us to play your song or run comments for you?
Yeah, I'm kind of comments. Uh, I don't know what to tell about, but let's just start on have radio is going to community and bring people in and bring people ask people come to the live video. I don't know if it's all about but I know the people get money from it, creating a team and many people do it like TikTok. It's not TikTok actually, but it's just it kind of happens. I don't know, maybe you guys should try it, download it and see what the power is.
I'm on TikTok right now streaming, so I made like 300 videos on TikTok, so I definitely know TikTok. So I hear you. But yeah, we just need people to be reliable, right? That means you have to get a laptop and like I might for hire meetings, like for godly meetings, we might or hire like make an exception in some way, but I have to figure that out. Right now, we just need to get a good core that will show up and it's worth the money because we have very little money right now, right? We have to stretch it. If you made this a priority, and like you made this like a big deal, we could go in that direction. But we got quite a few people that want to get on board. But I do think you're supposed to be here for a reason, and that's why we're gonna play the song for you. God is the Greatest by Vibes Cartel, and that's because you're still in here, and I appreciate you remembering us. So enjoy, my friend, and then we'll go into an after chat right after.
Yeah, you said to go into chat. You don't have no choice.
Well, the after chat is just no timers. It's just like we're just talking. Can you guys not hear my screen? I'm playing it. There we go. All right. So enjoy in your honor.
that I've looked at,
Yeah.
I haven't looked at anything bigger than that. I mean, capital. I mean, I guess there's comparable building. I don't know exact square footage of all the places that I have put in with, but the barns and places like that. Yeah, they're not that size.
Oh, it's a museum. Okay. Okay. Well, this is big. It'd be kind of cool if we could fill the grand hall with 600 people. But what are the prices of these things? There's a 50 room one. What are the prices to book the rooms and the whole museum? If you want 80 people, there's only like one little room or two rooms that you could basically afford, I think.
It's also about the audio visual as well. I mean, they're very well set up for that. And that's important because it'll be probably
Be perfect for ELMs. Large banquet wedding. Oh wow. Okay. Well, it's not as bad as I thought. So the Grand Hall overlook, the main large event space, is only. Wait a second. It's only $5,000 for a multi-hour rental. Wow, I thought it'd be more expensive. I thought it'd be like $10,000 to $20,000.
yeah.
That's actually pretty affordable.
Yeah, it's not obscene. But they get you on everything else too.
Like what's everything else?
Audio, visual, food, anything else like that.
Okay. Grand Hall lobby. The lobby is only $1,000. The rooftop terrace is only $1,000. Also an add-on option. So if we need to expand, that'd be perfect. Then it'd be like, yeah, we can get the terrace, too, and then we could really blow people's minds. Like I got a picture in my head, like in an ideal, right? Hoping for the best, right? It looks naive, but it actually primes the mind. It's the planning fallacy, the what is it? Parkinson's principle. But if we had 600 people, like let's say we get your 6 dudes on board, we start doing the flock strategy, and they each pull on 6 people. Then you're at 36 people. That's enough for a godly meeting, just your friends.
Yes. What would be the objective?
It would basically be the objective would be to have basically what's the main meeting of the United Nations that they have in September? The General Assembly.
Assembly.
Yeah, it's the UN General Assembly. So it happens where all 193 people come and meet on equal footing. The purpose is to discuss global issues, priorities, pass resolutions, and coordinate international policy. So basically, we're going to do all that, except hyper efficaciously and sublating and getting rid of all the fragmentations that make them basically useless. Not basically useless, but like too slow. And hopefully, like I think, Joe, we should. It's actually kind of amazing that you're military. I think we should bring a couple of retired generals to this thing and start uniting the military under the proper protocols, right? Like under the UCMJ and all the, how would we do that? And coming out of this meeting with militaries, not, it'll be a miracle to actually unite them, but to have a strategy made to actually do it realistically. That would be one of the ultimate, hope for the best kind of situations. Prepare for the worst is nothing's going to happen, right? But plotting in all directions, ideally, we would basically launch the whole thing. Like, we would just start doing the whole thing with all these amazing people running these departments of God's government, but doing it with the super coherent culture. So that as more people come in, what normally happens is as more people come in, it gets more fragmented. It gets more unstable. But what if you had a model where when more people come in, it actually gets more stable? But that's a culture. You have to build a culture that can solve fragmentation as you're getting more fragmentation in it. in your thing. That's a training problem. So all these sessions should really just be training on how to sublate and doing it through whatever moment and meta mode they're bringing in. So if they come in and they want to talk about climate change, well, we'll say, well, there's a cultural lens that you need to learn if you're going to solve this, which is basically what we talked about Peter Singer, which is that we need to address religion and science and the Messiah narratives. And yeah, we can actually make the announcement, this is God's government. We can actually do that in a big way across the world. And like, what will happen is we can hope for the best. Say, oh, the Pope is going to announce it and endorse it. No, the Dalai Lama is going to announce it. You know, the Grand Mufti is going to announce it. But the reality is that's not going to happen. Like that, if it does happen, I don't know why, but if it does happen in 2 months, it'll happen all within like 1 week. The week before the event is when it'll all happen. Because time will start compressing, right? It'll start going exponential. In the best case scenario, is that you get your dudes on board. We basically spend the first month getting the guys going and start training them up a little bit and developing themes, which is basically going to be the Megacrisis. Like we already have the ultimate themes. So basically, it'll take a month to train them up or convince them on that. And if you can't convince them on that, then yeah, it'll be fragmented until like, let's say January 4th. And then if it's really fragmented, it'll be October. But let's say best case scenario is they catch on. They're like, wow, all the things that we're doing, stoicism and all this kind of stuff is really just these meta modes. And yeah, this core. It's like, hey, yeah, we'll do the core, we'll do the government thing. And then they're like, okay, we'll contact our 6 people. And then, you know, by the next week we have, you know, 36 people. And they're probably all heavy hitters because these guys might believe in what we're doing. And these are like really heavy hitters. So then when those 36 pull on 6 people, then we go from 36 to by the next week. So we're about a month and a half into planning, right? And we're just teaching them the core. We're just having meetings like this and preparing them for this massive summit. But the culture is really what's going to hold the summit together. So 36 times 6, right, would give us 200 people right there. So that's 1/3 of the Grand Hall filled. So if we ask those 216 to bring on 6 people, right?
Well, I think that one of the things that was is how do you get the idea on the table about how the Constitution was originally written, and what it can be, how it can be.
Well, that's why I thought it's really a great place, is because yeah, what we're doing for launching a world government is we have to make a constitution, but we already got one, Joe.
So with that, it's to put ideas out there, right? To say, okay, what are the distinctions? What are the things that were considered and that have fundamentally shifted? And once you do that, then, I mean, because originally the conference was going to be focused around something like dialogue. But it's starting to now be a little bit more imaginative. Now it is focused a bit on, what, for better or worse, how information is managed. And individuals' capacities to deal with the digital world, as well as the institutions that govern. So, and what's the relationship between the institutions and the individuals? And, you know, I think that there are, you know, some things obviously that have fundamentally shifted technologically, but also when I say fundamentally, you know, just how, like, a fundamental shift would be like the printing press. You know, it's a fundamental shift. You're making information widely available.
United Nations is the fundamental. Universal logic is the fundamental shift.
Well, what I'm saying is that you could use the approach the Hegelian approach as a way of creating dialogue based off of what is established as the problem.
What is the problem?
Basically, we're establishing the fundamental problems.
Okay, Amin, have a good one. Thanks for coming. Yeah, stay strong. Get your computer worked out, man. Get your computer worked out. Okay, talk to you soon. Sorry, go ahead, Joe. Sorry, I cut you off, Joe. Go ahead.
No, I mean, so how do you establish what the problem is? And then the dialogue will ensue.
Well, we already know the dialogue. It's what we're doing in these meetings here. We're going to be talking about the Constitution, Joe. Like, from what you heard in the core, what do you think is the Constitution that we're going to say is the new one? And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, why don't we book like the United Nations building itself in New York? Is that possible?
I mean, anything's possible.
Really? Why don't we look it up? Yeah, like, and by the way, there's 10,800 delegates that are supposed to show up to the general debate of the United Nations each year in September. That's a lot, but there's only 88 heads, which is interestingly the same as what you want to do. And originally, it's like 80 people. There's 88 heads of state that usually go to the UN, which is surprisingly low. And there's over 650 ministers and 42 heads of government. So 88 heads of state, 42 heads of government. I thought those were the same thing. And 650 ministers. One report.
I don't know, but I think we have a lot of time to think about it. If it were to be done through through the core.
Well, what do you mean the core?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You're saying, what does it mean? Essentially, the flow rules. Like,
what is what's the Constitution that we would propose for this governance model from the core?
Well, I mean, there would be a set of rights.
Yeah.
Universal rights.
Yeah.
So, but there's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the UN, which doesn't get a lot of traction for whatever reason. So, what are the tools then that would actually enable that?
Well, no, it's not. That's not what we're going to do. That's not good enough. That's not like the printing press level of change for governance. You're looking for a printing press level of paradigm shifting for governance.
Well, right, but if you have those universal tools, I'm just saying that what are they?
Yeah, that's true.
Would use, and I think that Mark Buckley would actually come in very important here. So that's somebody that I would invite.
I forgot to message him
because I think that food supply and a human right, as far as that's thought, as far as looking at it from that perspective. And there are a lot of things that go along with having access to food. So, I mean, it's not, that's extremely powerful. What it can do, the multiplier effect it can have.
Well, but go ahead.
In creating community. So, anyway, I'm gonna.
Well, no, let me finish what I was going to say though first before you go to this conference of humanity. I want to show you this. A graphic kind of came to my mind here. I want to show this to you really quickly before we go. But I was hoping you were going to say the right to flow is the printing press for constitutions. Right?
Oh, sure.
Because everything.
But it doesn't. Where does the right to flow come from?
It comes from game theory and flow state theory and psychology.
And wouldn't that be a tool?
No, because the tools are enacting that constitution, right? That's defining the rights. And then how you do them, like, for example, the right to clear goals, the right to immediate feedback, the right to challenge over matching skill level, and the right to clear rules.
Right. So you have the rights, and then you start to use the universal tools to actually implement.
Yeah, which is the flow timers and the universal ticket system and the spirit guides. and the spirit guides are measured in an accountable way.
Yeah. So I don't think we're saying anything about that.
But I'm saying, I asked you, what is the Constitution from the core, and you said you didn't say right to flow, right? But that's
I
it.
said it's human rights.
Yeah, you said it's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and all that, but the flow, the right to flow is more fundamental. The Declaration of, if you do the right to flow, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights, all the treaties that they have, all the articles and all the treaties, all of them are covered in these 4 rights, all of them, and everybody can easily memorize them.
Sure.
Right? So if we were to structure this session, I just wanted to show you this thing too. So I think that that's the main, that'd be the cool connection to the Constitution building or the National Constitution building. I know it's famous for some reason.
It's not that old.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. What I'm thinking here is
I am gonna go, Mark. I mean, I don't really have a lot of time here. I'm trying to get things done.
well, I was going to show you
Right.
one little graphic about how to divide up the content of how to talk about this. And I think it does just have to follow the way we structured the core here.
Well, I mean, that's great, but maybe we can do it tomorrow. I'm still in the beginning stages of this, so we're gonna have plenty of time to maybe do this one night. But I'm trying to keep a little bit on a schedule here.
Yeah,
So
Go ahead.
it's I lost some time this afternoon because I had a headache, and I had to lay down. So and that I needed to make that time up. I woke up at 2:30 last night and didn't go back to sleep. So until like maybe 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, and then then I had a pretty bad headache, so probably not from properly hydrating. So in any case, let's focus on doing this some other night. I think that the conference, as far as its goal, is it will achieve its goal. It will achieve its goal.
Launching an international governance center, government worldwide.
It will identify the fundamental shifts in the world we live in today. And that'll be the beginning of something.
Well, changing the world and getting. Imagine we got all the AI people coming. Elon flies in the last week, right? Because if you think about it, all we have to do is like 3 levels of recruitment, and we're at 1,296 people. You get your 6 people on board. They get 6 people. You're at 200. They get 6 people. You're at 1,296. And if it takes 1 week to do each, then the last week is where you start getting like, who can call Elon? Get all the AI people into the AI wisdom team, and basically getting them to all agree on doing the universal logic and aligning their AIs there, and doing it in meta mode number 5, 6, like whatever meta mode they want to do it in. And then you just hold like a little breakout session with them, and then get them to make the pledge to the government and the right to flow. And the right to flow covers AI too. So the AI rights or human rights, they're all the same. It's all the same universal logic. So we could propose this as truly universal.
I think we're still, we're,
I like it. I like it.
the takeaway that I have from this evening that you brought up, with the potential of inviting somebody, from the military, because that potentially, although I really want to have a woman speaker. I don't have one at this point.
You mean they're all men? All really?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But it's when it comes. I mean, there's 2 things that have to be factored in. Accessibility, and expertise. And so, does that mean that nobody in this area would be able to fill the roles? No. But you have somebody who's at Yale and was at Oxford, that really understands how information ethics, and then 2 of the leading Stoic thinkers, um, a legal scholar, two legal scholars, one who's part of the lineage of presidents. You know, not that those things matter, but you know, I know that he's worked with ethical culture in the past, which is really important. Um, so having that involved is also an important way of kind of having a platform. Locally, the ethical culture leader here is exceptionally gifted.
Who's that?
I'm sorry?
Who's that? Who's exceptionally gifted?
The ethical culture leader, Philip Lindsay.
Oh, in the government, you mean?
What?
In the government, you mean?
No, in ethical culture.
Is that like an organization or is that like a general?
Yeah, we talked about it.
You and I, well,
Yeah.
the ethical society, I think you told me about, but that's different.
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, okay.
But in any case, so I think it's important to make this.
Okay.
And then I think actually I've got to go read. This is one of my things I have two things to do tonight.
Well, I want to, okay, since you're still in here, like all that I wanted to show you before you actually left was to structure the whole conference. We should have little breakout rooms. Like the grand hall will be up here, talking about the whole God's government, constitution, right to flow thing. But like we'd have the polycrisis and the metacrisis people, and the metacrisis has the 5 issues of declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, all that, and then polycrisis is AI and all that. So if we divided up each team into the meta modes, right? And this is like, I don't know, this is the mental health team, and then the mental health team has each meta mode. This is enough to get thousands of people engaged in like massive breakout sessions that are highly coordinated and timed. So
I mean, well, that's something that may happen, but I think that without identifying the problem.
We did identify, didn't we? We identified the Megacrisis as the problem.
Well, right, but I mean, so I think you have to get everybody on board with the problem, and then you can have the solution, as opposed to starting with the solution. So that's just a thought, and I'm feeling pretty confident about that.
Okay.
So it'll work.
Yeah, I think so too, actually.
So anyway, all right, man.
Okay, peace out.
Good night. I'm in.
Thank you. Come again. Talk to you soon. I'm excited.
Thanks, Mark. Bye.
Okay, peace out. Wow. If we pull up this massive conference, that'd be wicked. I just started creating a great background document. Ah. I need to like oh, he bought too much candy again. That's okay, he tried. Right. Somebody's shopping my Instacart. Yeah, being asked a ton of questions. All right, she's coming. All right. Shopping is complete. Good. Head is hurting. Okay. I could start cooking. I have to send out this legal document. Oh man, it's not happening. But it's happening. That's the good thing. It's happening. Darn it, I should have grabbed some noodles. Ah, shoot! I knew I forgot something. Is it too late to grab any macaroni noodles? Question mark. It looks like you might be at checkout, and that's okay. Period. Thank you for your efforts and clarity. Excellent. Uh, hmm. Oh no. All right. Well. You're very close. It is really busy right now. Very, very busy. Boulet going. A little bit of a partial meal to carry me over. And yeah, I'm excited. I might just cook into the night. Who cares at this point? The whole day's gone. But had a pretty productive meeting just now. I'm actually really excited about what just happened in this meeting. Ah, my head hurts though. I got a headache, which is not cool. I'm in the home stretch now. Definitely feel it now. Definitely feels like all right. Let's do that. I have tofu. Oh no. Wow. Oh man, $8 in candy? God. Put a little magazine in for me. That's nice. Ah. Okay, that's done. Oh, man. Bizarre. But okay. I already rated into 10. This is a tiny amount of sugar. Something's wrong. What's going on? All right. It is what it is, I guess. Oh no! You got me a spaghetti squash. Aw, really? Damn it! I just wasted $10, dang it. Damn. So just wasted all that money getting what I didn't want. Didn't get eggplant, didn't get the... Oh, alright. Is it really that important? No, it isn't. But in some sense it is. Oh, I do have eggplant. Okay. I don't have the right size eggplant now, though. What a crazy situation. Summer squash. That's what I ordered? I need something that's not quite gonna work there, but we tried. Yellow zucchini squash. Really? That's really disappointing. Well, we got nutmeg. A little bit of nutmeg, which is great. Oh no. I ordered it. I ordered it. I ordered the right squash. So, yellow summer squash. Oh no. All right. Well, I got a couple of other items, I guess. I'm amazed that this person can shop at this hour. That's incredible. And she's already got my order. Wow. Shocking. Something is going on in the world. Something's going on. Things are radically changing. Alright, so the past's not coming, but I could try and make the baguette. I'm just thinking, are there any other ingredients that I need? I have to use the rosemary and the thyme because it's going bad. I need to lay down. Well, I was gonna lay down, but this woman's gonna come here soon. That was extremely fast. Pretty surprised. I think people are losing their jobs and willing to do anything. Keep going. They don't realize that they're in a failing system. And a lot of these guys don't know what to do. We do though. We do. So I gotta restart the stream. Okay. Oh no! The one item. Okay, it's not gonna happen. Um. The squash that I wanted is not there. Shoot. Wow, that really sucks. Wow, I feel like I was just manipulated by Instacart. That's really disappointing. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, they're out of Adam's crunchy peanut butter too. Wow, I'm not getting anything that I actually want to order. It's really shocking, right? I'm sort of glad that I'm recording this because in some ways it's sort of like not that serious, right? Um, but there's a worry about this company. It's owned by one of the largest hedge funds in the world. Um, darn, that's really disappointing. That's all right, I guess. Um, Wow, spending a lot of money on this. Well, not really a lot, but it's more than I'm used to spending. Oh well, like the world is changing so fast, like a little bell pepper, really. It just goes to show how much France that I'm going the distance to try and pay respect. I want to look like I try to make the food exactly like it should be. So I know there has to be yellow inside of the dish, so I'm going to use bell peppers, a yellow bell pepper.